the deep, uniquely eyewitnesses. Joseph Stewart, teenager betrayed, curled up in a muddy pit, yet 30 years later on all of Egypt. This reminds Sahara's travelers. They burst the 4-degree high-temperature sandy lines, not staring at the scalding history beneath their feet, but suspicion of 1,000-year camel bells, looking up the starry sky. Fetching illness like palm dung trees, broken relationships like kites with broken strings. But the Bible records the night Moses parted the Red Sea. What was revealed were pearls shimmering inside shells. 3 wound hides the embryo of Odo. When tears into the shell of time, eventually, one morning it will bloom into light. You see, the thorns in the wilderness never bear fruit, yet bloom roses in the blazing flames. This perhaps is the code buried by the Creator. True light is not the absence of being able to see the reflection of stars. Have you seen deep night storage cracks? A speck of faint light seeps in. All shadows retreat. What he says, you are the light of the world. Not for you to burn into a torch. Illuminating a small area. A sister paints poems in the chemotherapy ward every day. Psalm 23. Over 3 years. 7 patients reads. A stream. You see this small but the dewdrop it carries can also refract the entire. When you feel your strength is weak, remember, is unit temperature in your palm at this moment. To embrace trembling soul. Whoever waited for a rainbow in a storm on the 150th day of the ark had tree branches in his fingernails, heard the dove's olive branch echo in his heart. When the heavens painted a rainbow on the canopy, they said, I see it, remember eternally. Last night, I saw a food delivery worker on photograph a dull rainbow. In the back, there were still few using medicines. It turns out drops hitting the pointed raindrops are all invisible musical sequences. Feel patience reaching its limit above the door. 7 colored lights passing through goldfish clouds. Quietly building a bridge on the path you must take. Have you seen rain in the desert? When Elijah was fleeing for his life, God sent ravens to bring hot ice, just like the breakfast shop owner Wang Yu also his leftover buns on the fire. For 15 years, the book says he bears our burdens daily. But like manna falling when you feel you can't hold on, look at the hand that feeds 1,000 sparrows, gently wiping away the fatigue at the corner of your eye. He was wearing her kingship in the wilderness, knelt to bandage the wounds of the book above had already. I have found David, the son of Jesse. He is a man after my own heart, stone to polish the harpstrings, shattering Goliath's arrogance with the gentleness of tending lambs. He wrote, he restores my soul, measures value by wisdom. He let a youngest eroded by his elder brothers. Trained the heart of a sheepfold. Let the pure mars henceforth his songs that comfort the whole. See, today humility is precisely that he uses to crown you. In 2000, Jerusalem emerged archaeological discoveries of Bronze Age. The Canaanites on this 700-year high ridge piled stones to build. They worshipped deities. The city's original name was Jerusalem, meaning city of peace. In the 14th century BCE, first reported the city, calling it Solomonites utilized the strategic location between east and west roads, built city walls and reservoirs, collected tolls from passing caravan tablets, recorded trade lists of the time, all grains and bronze ware. The city's during the Canaanite period was quite deep. A large stone structure discovered in 2010 was the then city 7 meters thick, equipped with towers. Unearthed pottery fragments show residents had mastered advanced pottery techniques. The Kingdom of Israel brought this city onto the historic. The birth of the city of David will soon be written in the 10th century BC. King David of Israel had a fortress. According to records, wearing a golden crown, wearing a purple robe, moved the Ark of the Covenant into the city status as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered royal building remains in the old area. Solomon, son of David, spent 7 years. Craftsmen carved light stones. The temple's core, the Holy of Holies, was cypress wood and overlaid with gold. At the same time, an underground water system was built, still being uncovered in archaeological excavations. CE. Neo-Babylonian army destroyed the temple. Soldiers by helmets burned out. Jewish nobles were chained and taken to the Mesopotamian. The period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the Orthodox. In 500 BC, Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing to return home to the temple. Jewish leaders in white robes led the team, using camels to carry items brought back from Babylon. The Second Temple took 20 years to complete. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions. It is the holiest, but also the most fragile. It has experienced glory, also suffered destruction. It has been captured and rebuilt or disappeared. For thousands of years, of different races and beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. No towering skyscrapers, but every stone underfoot has a story. It is a place of history. Of sorrow and hope of heaven, but also forces that to face suffering. It is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her. One leaves behind part of their soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall 4 kilometers long. It has 8 gates. The Damascus North is the largest and most magnificent. From here, we walk into the old city. The city is divided into 4 quarters: Jewish quarter, Christian, Muslim quarter, Armenian quarter. You can hear them Islamic prayers at the same time. In the alleys, Arabic, Hebrew, Armenian mingle. Each quarter has scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian, the Holy Sepulchre. Muslim merchants sell spikenard in the market. Armenian still hold liturgies. This is Jerusalem, coexisting with more faiths. Its alleys, like veins, carry the memories of 3,000 years. Walking Jerusalem city, it feels like time has slowed down. Here, history is stored in museums, but engraved in every wall. This is the Church of the Holger. According to this is where Jesus crucified and resurrected. Believers from all over the world come here with reverence. Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried the cross and walked this road. Today, Muslims carry wooden crosses, following his footsteps. Here is the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stones, praying with tears. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Muslims prostrate here to pray 5 times a day. This city, with different faiths, languages, is entangled in love, hope, and sorrow. She is not a place on the map, but the spirit for billions. In the deep night, uniquely arriving at Joseph's story, the teenager reached relatives curled up in a muddy pit, yet 30 ended upon all of Egypt. This reminds me of Sahara's traveler. They traverse the 40-degree high temperatures and sea lines, not staring at the scalding street beneath their feet, but suspending the direction of automobiles, looking up at the starry sky. We also walking in the unemployment like water reflection in this, like withered monkeys, broken relationships, like pipes, broken strings. But the Bible records after the sea water received what was revealed, pearls shimmering inside shells. Every wound hides the embryo of a pearl. Deep into the shell of time. Eventually, they will bloom to light. See, the thorn roses never bear fruit, yet bloom roses of blazing flames. The code very creator, true us. But still being able to see the reflection of sword. Have you seen deep type cracks? When a speck seeps in, all shadows retreat. Barbie says you are the light of the world, not for you to burn into it, but like an olive oil lamp, illuminating a small area with gentle persistence. A sister paints poems in therapy ward every day. Psalm 23, over 3 years. 7 patients regained peace by the shepherd's stream. You see, the smallest flower drop it carries can also reflect the entire starry sky. When you feel your strength is never. Eternity is using the temperature in your moment to embrace a trembling soul. Have you ever waited for a rainbow in the storm? On the 150th day, Mark Rockefeller still had tree nails, yet heard the dove's olive branch. When the heavens paint a rainbow canopy, they I seek to remember the eternal covenant. Last, I saw a food delivery worker under the overpass. Photographing the double rainbow. They've asked if there were still fever-reducing medicines about to be over. It turns out that beautiful drops hitting pointed raindrops are all weaving invisible musical sequences. When you feel patience and is limit, above the dome, light is passing through goldfish clouds. The breathtaking tomorrow. Have you seen rain in the desert was fleeing for his life? God sent ravens to bring hot ice. Just like the breakfast shop owner always places leftover buns on the fire hot. For 15 years, the book says he bears our burdens daily, not earth-shattering, but like manna falling on dew. When you feel you can't hold on, look at the hen feast on sparrows, gently wiping away the fatigue at the corner of your eye. Who is in the wilderness? When David knelt to bandage the wounds of sheep, already written, I have found it, the son of Jesse. He is a man in the heart. He used the shepherd's stone to polish heartstrings, shattering Goliath's gentle of tending lambs. He wrote, he restores my soul. He never measures life. He let the youngest be rooted by his elder brother. Train the heart of a kid in the sheepfold. Let the marks on the heart strings transform into songs that cover. You see, Today's humility is precisely the step he used to crown you. In 1000 BC, Jerusalem's archaeological discoveries show during the Middle the Canaanites on the 790-meter high ridge piled stones to build the earliest settlement. They worshipped local deities. The name was Jerusalem, meaning sea of peace. In the 14th century BC, texts first recorded the city, calling it Jerusalem. The capital strategic location between east and west mountain routes, sea walls and reservoirs, collected tolls from passing caravans. It's recorded trade lists at the time. Olive oil, grains, and bronzeware. The system during the Canaanite period was complete. A large structure discovered in 1000 then wall, 7 meters thick, equipped with observation towers. Unearthed pottery fragments show residents had massive how the kingdom of Israel brought this city on a historical stage. The birth of the city to be revealed. In 10th century BC, captured the gems site bushes. According to records, the king went purple oil, moved the Ark of the Covenant into the city, established its as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered royal building remains of Solomon, son of David, spent in years built the first temple. Craftsmen of giant stones, the temple's core, the holy of holies, the cypress wood and overlaid with. At the same time, an underground water system was built, still being uncovered in archaeological excavations in 586 BCE. The Neo-Babylonian army soldiers wearing conical iron helmets burned the palace. Jews were gained and taken to the Mesopotamian. This period of Babylonian exile gave rise to synagogues. In 538 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Elderly Jewish white robes led the team using camels to sacred items brought back from Babylon. The second Jerusalem is a city full of conscience. It is the holiest, but also the most fragile. It has experienced glory and also suffered destruction. She has been captured, burned, and rebuilt, disappeared. Thousands of years. People of different races and beliefs have gathered. They argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. The city has no towering skyscrapers, but every stone underfoot has a story. It is a place and reality of sorrow, and she makes people think of heaven, but also forces them to face this is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her. Her soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is by a wall 4 kilometers. It has 8 gates. The Damascus Gate in the north is the largest and most magnificent. From here into the old city, the city is divided into 4 quarters: Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian. You can hear church bells and Islamic prayers at the same time. In the alley, Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian intermingle. Each quarter has its unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Merchants sell spices, opera in the market. Armenian churches still hold. This is Jerusalem, in city, coexisting with its alleys like veins, carry the memories of 3,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city feels like time has slowed down. Here, history is not stored in museums, but engraved in every wall. This is the Church of Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, this is where Jesus was crucified and resurrected. Believers all over the world with reverence. This is the Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried the cross and walked this road. Today, carry wood crosses, following in his wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stone. Tears. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Muslims prostrate here to pray 5 times a day. This city, with languages and faces, is entangled in love, hope, and sorrow. She is not a place on the map, but the spiritual home of billions. In the deep night, uniquely arriving at Joseph's story, the teenager by close relatives curled up in a muddy, yet 30 years later, descended upon all of Egypt. This is Travis. They traverse the 40-degree high-temperature sands, not step their feet, but suspended in direction of the 1,000-year wells, looking up the star. Aren't we also walking in the wilderness unemployment, like waterless affection, illness, like palm donkeys, broken relationships, and with broken strings? But the Bible records the night Moses parted the Red Sea to the sea after the water receded. What is revealed were pearls shimmering inside shells. Every wound high embryo of a pearl. When tears seep into the telephone, eventually one more will bloom into light. You see, the thorns in the wilderness never bloom roses in the blazing flames. This perhaps is the code by the Creator. True brightness is not absence of darkness, but still being able to see the reflection of stars. Deep night storage type cracks. When a light seeps in, all shadows retreat. Barbie says you are you to burn in the torch, but like an olive oil lamp, illuminating small area with gentleness. A sister paints poems, no therapy word every day. Psalm 23, over 3 years. 7 patients, a shepherd's stream. You see the smallest flower bud, a drop it carries higher starry sky, when you feel your strength is weak. Eternity is using the temperature in your palm moment to embrace a trembling soul. Have you ever waited for rainborn on the 150th day of your rocking Noah? Still had to snakes. Yet heard the dove's olive branch echo in his heart, and the heavens painted a rainbow on the canopy. They say, see it, remember the eternal covenant. Last night, I saw a food pass, photographing the double window. There's still producing medicines about to be overdue. It turns out that pupil drops hitting the point raindrops are all waiting in visible musical sequence. Patience is reaching its limit. Above the dome, colored light is passing through goldfish clouds. In the path you must take tomorrow. Have you seen rain in the desert when Elijah was fleeing? Just like the breakfast shop owner Wong buns on the fire hydrant. For 15 years, the book says he bear not earth-shattering, but like man falling on dew. When you feel you can't hold on, and it feeds 30,000 sparrows, gently wiping away the fatigue at the corner of your eye. Who is preparing your kingship in the wilderness, which the wounds of the sheep? The book of had already written, I have found David and Jesse. He is a man after my own heart, with the shepherd stone to polish the harp strings, Shaddit's arrogance, with the gentleness of things. He wrote, he restores my soul. He never measures value by worldly standards. Let the youngest be loaded by train the heart of the let the tear harp strings transform into songs that ability is precisely the step he used in 2000 BC. Jerusalem emerged archaeological show during the Middle Bronze Age, nights on the 790-meter high ridge to build the earliest settlement. They worshipped local deities. The city's original name was Jerusalem, meaning City of Peace. In the 14th century BCE, Egyptian texts first recorded this city, calling it the Canaanites, utilized the strategic location between east and west mountain roads, built city walls and reservoirs, collected tolls. Clay tablets recorded trade lists of the time, olive oil, grains, and bronze ware. The city's defense system during the Canaanite period was quite structured. Discovered 2010 city wall, meters thick, equipped with observation towers, unearthed pottery fragments, mastered advanced pottery techniques. How the kingdom of Israel brought this city onto the historical stage. The birth city of David will soon be revealed. Should we King David of Israel. According to records, king wearing a crown, wearing a royal robe. Peak of the column into the city. The solution as a religious center. Archaeology discovered royal building remains in local area. Spent 7 years building the first temple. Craftsmen carved giant stones. The temple's core, the Holy of Holies, was lined with cypress wood, overlaid with gold. At the same time, an underground built, still being uncovered archaeologically. 586 BCE, the Neo-Baptist wearing conical iron helmets, burned pelts. Jewish nobles were chained and taken to the Mesopotamian region. This brought in 530 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Elderly Jewish leaders in white robes led the team using camels to carry supplies brought back from Babylon. The second 20 years to complete. Jerusalem full of contradictions. It is the most fragile and also suffered destruction. She has been captured, but she has never appeared. For thousands of years, they argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. The city has no towering skyscrapers, but every square foot has a story. It is a place of history and reality, of sorrow and hope. She makes people think of heaven, but also forces them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her, but everyone leaves behind part of their soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall 4 miles long. It has 8. The Damascus Gate in the north is the largest and most magnificent. From here, we walk into the old city. The city is divided into 4 quarters: Jewish quarter, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian quarter. You can hear church bells and prayers at the same time. The alleys, Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian intermingle. Each has unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and the Christian quarter has the Church Holy Sepulchre. Muslim merchants sell spices and copperware. Armenian churches still hold liturgies. This is Jerusalem, an ancient city. Coexists. Its alleys, like veins, carry the memories of 1,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city, it feels like time. Here, history is not stored in museums, engraved in every wall. This is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, a According to tradition, this is where Jesus was crucified and resurrected. All over the world come here with reverence. This is the Via Dolorosa, the cross, and walk this road. Today, pilgrims carry wooden crosses, follow steps. Here is the Westerns press their foreheads against the ancient stones, praying. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Muslims prostrate here to pray 5 times a day. This city, with different faiths, languages, and faces, is in hope and sorrow. She is not a place on the map, but the spiritual home for billions. Night, uniquely arriving Genesis. Joseph's story is betrayed by close relatives curled up in a muddy pit. Years later, descended on all Egypt. This reminds me of travelers. Here's the 40-degree high-temperature sand seas, not staring us all beneath the feet, but suspending the ocean of the thousand bells, looking up at the starry sky. I'm walking in the wilderness haunted like utterless affection, illness like withered palm monkey tree, relationships like kites with broken. The Bible records the most part of the Red Sea after the sea water was revealed. Looking inside every wound eyes will code when tears seep into the shelf time. Eventually, one morning it bloom into light. You see, the thorns of the wilderness never bear fruit, but bloom roses and leaves. Perhaps it's a code buried by Creator. True brightness is not the absence of darkness, still being able to see the reflection of stars. Have you seen deep scorch type crest? When a speck of faint light seeps in, all shadows retreat, as you are the light of the world. You burn into a torch, but like an olive oil, illuminating a small area with gentle persistence. A paint holds in the chemotherapy ward every day. Psalm 20. Over 3 years, 7 has regained peace by the shepherd's stream. Received flower, the dewdrop carrots can also refract the entire starry sky. When you feel your strength is weak, please remember, eternity is your temperature in your palms. To embrace a trembling soul. You were a rainbow in a storm. Still had tree branches and nails, yet heard the dove's olive bench echo in his heart. When the heavens they say, I see a member of the eternal covenant. Fascinating, I saw a food delivery under the overpass, putting a double rainbow. There were still for reducing it without to be overdue. It turns out that beautiful drops in the pointed raindrops are all weaving visible musical sequence. You feel patience is reaching above the seven-colored light passing through goldfish clouds. Quietly building a bridge on the path you must take tomorrow. Have you seen rain in the desert when a lion's life? God ravens to bring hot ice, just like the breakfast shall warm you. Always places leftover buns on the fire hydrant. For 50 bearer daily. can't hold on. Look at the hand that feeds 30,000 sparrows. Wiping away the fatigue at the kingship in the wilderness, David knelt to bandage the wounds of the sheep. The had already written, I have found David, the son. He is a man after our own heart. He used the shepherd's soul to polish the heart and Goliath's arrogance, the gentleness of tending lambs. He wrote, you rest my soul. Valued by worldly standards. The youngest eroded by his own brothers. Trained the heart of a king in sheepfold. Let the chase transform into song. Music to divinity is precisely the step he used to crown you. In 2000 BC, Jerusalem emerged show during the Middle Bronze Age. The king on a 790-meter high ridge of stone to build the earliest settlement. They worshipped local deities. The city's original name was Jerusalem, meaning city of. In the 14th century BCE, Jerusalem, the Canaanites utilized the strategic location between East Mountains, built city walls, reservoirs, collected tolls from passing caravans of the time, olive oil, and bronzeware. The city's defense system during the Canaanite period, discovered in 2010, was the Red Wall. 7 meters thick, equipped observation towers, unearthed pottery, advanced pottery techniques. How the Kingdom of Israel brought onto the historical stage of the city of David will soon be revealed. 10th century BC, King David captured the Jebus. According to records, the king, wearing a crown, wearing a purple moved into the city, established its status as our discovered royal building remains in the old. Solomon, son of David, 7 years building the first giant. The temple's core, the Holy of Holies, was lined, overlaid with gold. At the same time, an underground water system was built, still being uncovered in 86 BCE. The Neo-Babylonian army destroyed the temple. Conical iron helmets brought Jewish nobles into the Mesopotamian region. This period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the origins of gods. In 500 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Elderly Jewish leaders in white robes led the team using camels to carry sacred items brought back from Babylon. The second temple took 20 years to complete. Jerusalem, a city full of countries. It and also suffered She has been captured, burned, and rebuilt, but she has never disappeared. For thousands of races and beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they hug, they sing. The city has no towering skyscrapers, but every stone under it has a story. It is a place of mystery and reality, of sorrow and she makes people think, but also forces them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can truer, but everyone leaves behind part of their story. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall as long. It has 8 gates. The north is the largest and most magnificent. From here, we walk. The city is divided in quarters. Jewish quarter, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian quarter. You can hear church bells, prayers at sign. In the alleys, Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian intermingle. Each quarter has its unique scene. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and Torah schools. Christian quarter has Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Muslim merchants and copperware in the market. In church hold liturgies. This is an ancient city coexisting multiple faiths. Its alleys, like veins, carry the memories of 3,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient time has slowed down. Here, history is stored in museums, but in every wall. This is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, Jesus was crucified and resurrected. Brothers from all over the world come here with reverence. This is the Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried cross and walked this road. Today, Pilgrims carry wooden crosses, following in his footsteps. Here is the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stones, praying with tears. Not far away, the Al-A Mosque. Muslims prostrate here to pray. Five times a day. This city, with faiths, languages, and faces, is entangled in love and sorrow. She is not just a place, but the spiritual home for billions. In the writing of Genesis, Joseph's story, relatives curled up in a muddy pit, yet 30 did upon all of it. This reminds me of Sahara's stress. They traverse the 40-degree high temperature sands, not staring at history beneath their feet, but suspending the direction of the bells, looking up at the starry side. They also walk in running point. Waterless affection is like withered palm donkey trees, broken relationships like kites with broken strings. But the Bible records that Moses parted the sea. After the sea, water receded. What was were curls shimmering inside shells. Every wound hides a pearl. When tears seep into the shell of tilling, one morning it will bloom into light. You see, the thorns in the wilderness never bear fruit, yet bloom roses in the blazing flames. This perhaps is the code buried by the Creator, true absence of darkness, but still being able to see the reflection of sword. Have used night storage high cracks. When a speck of faint light seeps in, all shadows retreat. Barbie says you are the light of the world, not for you to burn into a torch, but like an olive oil lamp, illuminating a small area with gentle persistence. A sister paints poems in the chemotherapy ward every day. Psalm 23, over 3 years. Set piece by the shepherd stream. You see, this smallest drop it carries can also refract the entire starry sky. Your strength is weak. Please remember, eternity is using the temperature in the palm of this trembling soul. Waited for a rainbow and storm. On the 150th day of the ark, Rocky Moore still had tree branches in his finger, yet heard the dove's olive branch echo in his heart. When the heavens painted a rainbow on the canopy, said, I see it, and remember the eternal covenant. Last night, I saw a food delivery worker under the overpass, photographing a double ring basket. There were still fever-reducing medicine about to be overdue. It turns out that beautiful drops, faded raindrops, are all leading invisible musical sequences. When you feel patience is reaching its limit, above the dome light is passing through goldfish clouds, quietly go down the path. You must take tomorrow. Have you seen rain? And when he was fleeing for his life, God sent ravens to ice, just like the shop owner Wang Yu always placed leftover buns on the fire hydrant for 15 years. The book says he bears our burden, not earth-shattering, but like manna falling on dew. When you feel you can't hold 30,000 sparrows, chill away the fatigue at the corner of your eye. Who is preparing your kingship in the wood? When David knelt to bandage the wounds of the sheep, the book above had already, I have found David, the son of Jesse, man after my own heart, and used to polish the heartstrings, shattering Goliath's arrogance with the gentle tending lambs. He wrote, he restored. He never measures value by worldly standard. He let the youngest be eroded by his elder brothers. Trained the heart of a sheepfold. Let the tear marks on the harp string transform into songs that comfort the whole earth. Humility is precisely the step he uses to crown you. In 2000 BC, Jerusalem emerged. Archaeological show during the Middle Bronze Age. The Canaanites on the 790-meter high ridge piled stones to build the early. They worshipped local deities. The city's original name was Jerusalem, City of Peace. In the 14th century BCE, Egyptian texts the city, calling it Jerusalem. The Canaanites utilized strategic location between east and west mountain roads, built city walls and reservoirs, collected tolls from passing caravans. Clay tablets recorded trades of time, olive oil, grains, and bronze ware. The city's defense system during the Canaanite period was quite complete. The large stone structure discovered in 2010 sea wall, 7 meters thick, equipped with observation towers, unearthed pottery fragments show residents had mastered advanced how the kingdom of Israel brought this sea onto the historical stage. The birth of the city will soon be revealed. In the 10th century BC, King David captured the Jebusite fortress. According to records, of the crown, wearing a purple royal robe, moved the Ark Covenant into the city, established its center. Modern archaeology discovered royal building remains in the local area. Solomon, son of David, spent years building the first temple. Carved giant stones. The temple hall, the Holy of Holies, was cypress wood and overlaid with gold. At the same time, the system was still being uncovered in archaeological excavations in BCE. The Neo-Babylonian army destroyed soldiers wearing conical iron helmets. Jewish nobles were shaped and taken to the Mesopotamian region. This period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the origin of synagogues. 8 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing to return home and rebuild the temple. Elderly leaders in robes led the team, using camels to carry sacred items brought back from Babylon. The second temple took 20 years to complete. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions, the holiest, but also the most fragile. It has experienced glory also suffered destruction. He has been captured, burned, and rebuilt, or disappeared. For thousands of years, people of different races and beliefs gathered here. They argue, they cry. The city has no tower skyscraper, but every stone underfoot is a story. It is a place of history and reality, of makes people think of heaven, but also forces them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her, but everyone leaves behind part. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall for kilometers long. It has gates. The Damascus Gate in the north is the largest and most magnificent. From here, we walk into the old city. This core Jewish quarter, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Indian quarter, church bells and Islamic prayers at the same time. In the alleys, Arabic, mingle. Each quarter has scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogue and Torah schools. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Muslim merchants sell spices and copperware in the market. Armenian churches still hold the an ancient city coexisting multiple faiths. Its alleys lie memories of 3,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city, it feels like time slowed down. Here, history is not. This is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to Jesus was crucified and resurrected. Believers from all over the world come here. This is the Via Dolorosa. Jesus walked this road to Jerusalem, carrying wooden crosses, following in his footsteps. Here's the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stones, praying with tears. Not far away, a mosque. Muslims prostrate here to pray 5 times a day. This city, with different languages and faith, is entangled hope and sorrow. She is just a place, but the spirit for billions. Arrive at Genesis. Joseph's story. By close relatives curled up in a muddy pit. 30 years later, descended upon all of Egypt. This reminds me of Sahara's travelers. They traverse the 40-degree high-temperature sand sea line, stare at the scalding history beneath their feet, but suspending 1,000-year camel bells beam up the starry sky. Aren't we also wilderness, uncontent, waterless affection, illness like trees, broken relationships like kites with broken strings? The Bible recalls this part of the Red Sea after the sea water receded. What was a pearl shimmering inside shells? Foam hides the embryo of a pearl, which will seep into the shell of time. Eventually, one morning, it will bloom to light. You see, the full wilderness never fruit, yet blue roses in the blazing flames. Perhaps the hope buried by the true brightness is not the absence of darkness, still being able to see the reflection of stars. Have you seen deep storage type cracks? The back of fake light seeps in. All shadows retreat. The light of the world, not for you to, but like an olive oil, illuminating a small area with a sister paints poems in the chemotherapy ward day. Psalm 23, over 3 years, regained peace, a shattered stream. You see this small spot, the dewdrop it carries and all track the until your strength is weak. Please remember, eternity is using temperature in your palm at this moment to embrace a trembling soul. Have you hoped for a rainbow on the 150th day? The art rocking Noah still had tree nails, yet heard the dove olive branch echo in his heart. When the heavens painted a rain camp, they said, I see it, and remember the eternal. In the basket, there were sulfur-reducing medicines about to be overdue. It turns out that beautiful raindrops are all leaving visible musical sequences. Above the dome, seven colored luck is passing through goldfoots, quiet building of seed rain in the desert, when a fleeing one's life. God sent brave hot ice. Just the brick shop owner 1 year. Always places leftover bund. For 15 years. Book says he bears our burdens daily, not earth-shattering, like manna falling on dew. When you feel you can't hold on, look at the hand that feeds on sparrows, gently wiping away the fatigue at the corner of your eye. Who is preparing your kingship in the wilderness? When David knelt to bandage the wounds of the book above had already written, I have found David, the son. He is a man after my own heart. He used the shepherd's oak to polish, shattering Goliath's arrogance, the gentleness of tending lambs. He restores my soul. He never measures depths. He let the youngest be eroded by the brothers. Train the heart of a king. Let the tear marks on the harp string form into songs that comfort the whole earth. Today's humility is precisely the step he uses to crown you. In 2000 BC, Jerusalem archaeological discoveries show during the Middle Bronze Age, tonight, it's a 690-meter high ridge built the earliest settlement. Worship of deities. The city's original name was Jerusalem, meaning City of Peace. The 14th century BCE first recorded this city, calling it Rusalem. The Canaanites used the strategic location between east and west mountain roads, built city reservoirs, collected tolls from passing caravans, later at the time, olive oil and bronze ware. The city's defense system during the Canaanite period was quite complete. Large stone structures in 2010 was the then city wall. State equipped with observation towers, unearthed pottery fragments show since had mastered advanced. The kingdom of Israel brought the city onto the historical stage. The birth of the city of David soon be revealed. In the 10th century BC, King David captured the Jebusite fortress to record the king, wearing a gold crown, wearing a robe, moved the Ark of the Covenant into the city, established its status as a religious center. Modern art remains in the old area. Solomon, son of David, spent 7 years building the first temple. Its stones, the temple's core, the Holy of Holies, with cypress wood and overlaid with gold. At the same time, an underground water system was built, still being uncovered in archaeological excavations. BCE, the Neo-Babylonian army destroyed the temple. Soldiers on iron helmets burned the palace. Were taken to the Mesopotamian region. This period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the origin of cities. In 538 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Jewish leaders in white robes led him using camels to carry sacred items brought back from Babylon. The temple took 20 years. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions. It is the holiest, but also the most fragile. It has experienced glory and also she has been captured, burned, and rebuilt, but she's never destroyed. For thousands of years, people of different races and beliefs gathered here. They hug, they cry, they sing. There's no towering skyscrapers, but every stone underfoot has a story, is a place of history and reality. She makes people of heaven, but also forces them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can possess her, but everyone leaves behind part of their soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall 4 kilometers long. It has 8 gates. The gate is the largest and most magnificent. We walk into the old city. The city is divided into 4 quarters: Jewish quarter, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter. You can hear church bells and Islamic prayers at the same time. Hebrew and Armenian intermingled. It has a unique scene. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has a church of the Holy Sepulchre. Muslims sell spices and cotton in the market. Armenian churches hold liturgies. This is Jerusalem, an ancient city coasting with multiple faiths. Its alleys, like veins, carry the memories of 3,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city, it feels like time has slowed down. Here, history is not stored in museums, but engraved wall. This is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, where Jesus was crucified and resurrected, believers from all the world come here with reverence. This is the Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried cross and walked this road. Today, wooden crosses, following in his footsteps. Here is the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stone, praying with tears. Far away is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Muslims prostrate here to pray. Today, this with different faiths, language, and faces is entangled in love, hope, and she is not just a place on the map, but a spiritual home of billions. In the deep night, uniquely arriving at Genesis, the teenager, betrayed by close relatives, curled up in a muddy pit. 30 years later, descended upon all of Egypt. Harris Travis. They traverse the 40-degree high-temperature sand sea lions, not staring beneath their feet, but suspending the direction of the belt. Look up the starry sky. Aren't we also unemployment by water's affecting illness like withered palm donkeys, broken lace kites with broken strings? But the Bible records the night Moses parted the sea after the seawater receded. What was revealed curls, shimmering side shells. Every wound hides the embryo of a pearl. Into the shell of time. Eventually, one will bloom into light. You see, the thorn never bear fruit, yet bloom rose to blazing flame. This perhaps is the code variator. True brightness is not the absence of darkness, but still being able to reflection of star. Have you seen deep bridge-type cracks? When it's that the faint light seeps in, all Sharpie says you are the light of the world. Burn in torch, but like an olive oil lamp. Illuminate all area with gentle persistence. A sister paints chemotherapy ward every day. Psalm 20. 7 patient in peace. You see this smallest flower. The dewdrop it carries can also read the entire starry sky. When you feel strength, eternity is using the temperature in your palm. This moment, embrace a trembling soul. A weighted rainbow in a storm. On the 150th day of the ark, rocking Noah still had tree branches in his fingernails, yet heard the doves echo in his heart. When heavens painted a rainbow on the canopy, they said, I see it, remember the eternal. Last night, I saw a delivery under the photographing a double rainbow. There were still fever-reducing medicines of the overdue. It turns out that beautiful drops and raindrops are all weaving invisible musical sequences. When you feel its limit, above the dome, 7-color light is passing through goldfish clouds, quietly building a bridge on the road. Have you seen rain in the desert? When Elijah was fleeing, God sent ravens to bring hot ice, just like the breakfast shop owner Wong Yu always placed over buns on a fire hydrant for 50. The book says he bears our burdens daily. Earth-shattering, but falling on undo when you feel you can't hold with the hand that feeds 30,000 sparrows, gently wiping away the fatigue at the corner of your eye. When David knelt to bandage the wounds of sheep, the book above had already, I found David, the son of Jesse. He is a man after my own heart. To polish the harpstrings, shattering Goliath's arrogance with the gentleness and honesty. He wrote, he restores my soul, valued by worldly standards. He let the youngest be eroded by his elder brothers. Train the heart of a king in sheepfold. Let the earmarks on the harpstrings transform into songs that comfort the whole earth. You see, today's music is precisely the same he uses from you. In 2000 BC, Jerusalem emerged archaeological discoveries during Middle Bronze Age. It's on this 790-meter high ridge piped stones. The city's original name was Jerusalem, meaning City of Peace. The 8th century BCE, Egyptian texts first record this city, calling it Jerusalem. The Canaanites utilized the strategic location between east mountain roads, built seawalls and reservoirs, collected toll caravans, clay tablets, requests of time, olive oil, grains, and bronze. The city's defense system during the Canaanite period was quite complete. The low stone structure discovered in 2010 was the then city wall, 7 meters thick, equipped with observation towers. Fragments show residents mastered advanced techniques. How the Kingdom of Israel brought this onto the historical stage. The birth of the city will soon be revealed. In the 10th century, King David of Israel captured the Jebusite fortress. To reconcile the king, wearing a gold crown, wearing a purple robe, moved the Ark of the Covenant to established its status as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered royal building remains in the local area. Solomon, son of David, spent 7 years building the first temple. Craftsmen carved giant stones. The Holy of Holies was lined with cypress wood, made with gold. At the same time, an underground water system was built, covered in archaeological excavations in 586 BCE. The Neo-Babylonian era, the temple. Soldiers wearing iron helmets, burnt. Jewish nobles were taken to Mesopotamian region. This period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the origin of in 538 BC. King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home to the temple. Elderly Jewish leaders in white robes led the camels to carry sacred items brought back from Babylon. The second temple to complete. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions. It is the holiest, but the most fragile. It has experienced glory and destruction. She has been captured, burned, and rebuilt, but she has never disappeared. For thousands of years, people of different races and beliefs here. They argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. The skyscrapers, but every stone underfoot has a story. It is a place of history and reality, of sorrow, hope. She makes people think of heaven, but also face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her, but everyone leaves behind part of their soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall 4 kilometers long, gates. The Damascus Gate in the north is the largest and most magnificent. From here, we walk. The city is divided into 4 quarters: Jewish quarter, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian quarter. Here are church bells and Islamic prayer time. In alleys, Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian intermingle. Is its unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Muslim merchants wear in the market. Armenian churches still hold liturgies. This is Jerusalem, ancient city with multiple faiths. Its like veins carry the memory of 1,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city, it feels time has slowed down. Here, history is not museums, but engraved in every wall. This is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, this is where Jesus was crucified and resurrected. Believers from all here with reverence. This is the Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried the cross, and today, pilgrims carry crosses, following his footsteps. Here's the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against stones, praying with tears. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Muslims prostrate here to pray today. This city, with different faiths, languages, and faces, is tangled in hope and sorrow. She is not just a place, but the spiritual home for humans. Uniquely arriving at Genesis. A story. The teenager betrayed by close relatives curled up, yet 30 years later, descended of all of Egypt. This reminds me of Sahara's travelers. They traverse the sea lines, not staring at the scrolling history beneath their, but suspended the direction of the thousand-year camel belt, looking up at the stars. Wilderness unemployment, like waterless affection, illness, like withered palm donkey trees, broken relationships, like strings. But the Bible records the night Moses parted the Red Sea after the water receded, the fields were pearls shimmering inside shells. Every roll of a pearl. When tears of time. Eventually, one morning it will look the thorns in the wilderness never bear fruit, yet bloom roses in the blazing flames. This perhaps the code fitness is not the absence of darkness, but still being able to see a selection of stars. Have you seen deep night storage type cracks? When a light seeps in, all shadows retreat. Marty says you are the light of the world, not for you to burn in, but like an olive oil lamp, illuminating a small area with gentle persistence. A sister paints poems in the key every day. Psalm 23. Over 3 years, 7 patients regained peace by the shepherd's stream. You see, this food that carries can also affect the entire stars. When you feel your strength is weak, please remember, eternity is using the temperature in your palm at this moment to embrace it. Have you ever waited for a rainbow in a storm? 150th day of the ark rocking, Noah still had tree branches in his fingernails, yet heard the dove's olive branch echo in his heart. When the heavens painted a rainbow on a canopy, I see it and remember the eternal covenant. Last night, I saw a worker under the overpass, photograph of a rainbow. In the basket, there were still pieces to do. It turns out that beautiful drops hitting the pointed raindrops, all weaving invisible sequences. When you feel patience is reaching its limit, above the dome, severed light is passing through gold clouds. On the path you must take to her. Have you seen rain in the desert when Elijah's for his life? God sent brave ice. Just like you, always places leftover buns on the fire hydrant for 15 years. The book says bears our burdens daily, not earth-shattering, but like falling on dew. When you can't hold on, look at the hand that feeds 30,000 sparrows. Jet at the corner of your eye. Who is preparing your kingship in the wilderness? David knelt to bandage the wounds of the sheep. The book above had already found David, the son of Jesse. He is my own. He used the shepherd's stone to polish the harp strings, shattering Goliath's arrogance with the gentle hands. He wrote, he restored. He never measures value by worldly standards. He let the youngest be eroded by his older brothers. Trained the heart of a king in the sheepfold. Tear marks on the harp strings, drums that comfort the whole earth. You see, today's humility is precisely the step he uses to crown you. In 2000, let me merge archaeological discoveries show during the Middle Bronze, the Canaanites on the 790-meter high ridge piled stones to build the early settlement. They worshipped local deities. It was Jerusalem, meaning city of the 14th century BCE. Egyptian texts first recorded this city called Solomon. The Canaanites utilized the strategic location between east and west mountain roads, built city walls and collected in caravans. Clay tablets record time, olive oil grain, and bronzeware. The city's defense during the Canaanite period was quite complete. Structure discovered in 2010 was the then city wall. 7 towers, unearthed pottery fragments show residents had mastered pottery techniques. How the kingdom of Israel brought this city on historical stage. The birth of the city of David will soon be revealed. 10th BC. King David captured the Jebusite fortress. According to records, wearing a purple robe, moved the Ark of the Covenant, established its status as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered royal building remains. David spent 7 years building the first. Craftsmen carved giant stones. Temple's core, the Holy of Holies, was lined with cypress and overlaid with gold. At the same time, an under system was in archaeological excavations in 506 BC. The Neo-Babylonian army destroyed the temple. Soldiers wearing conical iron helmets burned the palace. Jewish nobles were chained and taken to the Mesopotamian region. This period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the origin of, in 538 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild. Early Jewish leaders in white robes led the team using camels, sacred items brought back from Babylon. The Second Temple took 20 years to complete. Jerusalem is a soul of contradictions, but also the most fragile. It has experienced glory and also suffered. She has been captured, burned, and rebuilt, but she has never disappeared. For thousands of years, people of different races and they argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. The city has no towering skyscrapers, but every stone underfoot has a story. It is a place of history and reality, of sorrow and hope. Makes people think of heaven, but also forces them to face. This is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her, but everyone leaves behind their soul. Jerusalem city is surrounded by a wall 4 kilometers long. It has 8 gates. The Damascus Gate is the largest and most exit. From here, we walk into the old city. 4 quarter, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian quarter. You can hear church bells and Islamic at the same time. In the alleys, Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian. Each quarter has its unique scenery. The Jewish synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Sell spices and copperware in the night. Armenian churches still hold. This is Jerusalem, an ancient city coexisting with multiple faiths. Its alleys, like veins, carry the memories of 3,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city, it feels slowed down. Here, history is not stored, engraved in every wall. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre. A question: this is where Jesus was crucified and resurrected. Believers from all over the world come here with reverence. This is the Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried the cross and walked this road. Pilgrims carry wooden crosses, following in his footsteps. The Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancients, praying with tears, not as the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Muslims prostrate here to pray 5 times a day. This city, with different faiths, languages, and faces, is entangled in love, hope, and sorrow. She is the place, but the spiritual for billions. In the deep night, uniquely arriving at Genesis, Joseph's story. Betrayed by close relatives, curled up in a muddy, yet 30 years later, descended upon all of each. Reminds me of Sahara's travelers. They traverse the 40-degree high-temperature sand sea lions, not staring their feet, but suspending the direction of the 1,000-year camel that the stars sky. Aren't we also walking in the wilderness, unemployment like waterless trees, broken relationships like kites with strings? But the Bible records the night with the Red Sea and the sea after the sea water receded. What was revealed were inside shells. Every wound hides the embryo of a pearl, the shell of time. Eventually, one morning it will bloom into. You see, the thorns in the wilderness never bear fruit of blazing flames. This perhaps is the code there. True brightness is not the absence of darkness, but still being able to see the reflection of stars. Have you seen deep night storage type? When a speck of faint light seeps in, all shadows retreat. Barbie says you light a world, not for you to burn into a torch, but like an olive oil lamp, illuminating a small area with gentle persistence. Assistance poems in the chemotherapy ward every day. Psalm 23, over 3 nations regained peace by the shepherd's stream. You see this smallest flower bud, the dewdrop it carries will refract the entire starry sky. When you friends weep, please remember, eternity is using the temperature in your palm at this moment to embrace trembling soul. Have you ever waited for a rainbow in a storm? On the 150th day of ark rocking, Noah had tree branches in his fingernails, yet heard a dove's olive branch echoing a rainbow on the canopy. This day, I see it and remember the eternal covenant. I saw a food delivery worker on the overpass. Double rainbow. In the basket, there were still fever-reducing symptoms about you. It turned out that beautiful drops hitting the pointed rainbows were all leaving invisible musical sequences. When you feel patience reaching them, above the dome, 7-colored light is passing through goldfish clouds. Quietly building a bridge on the path you must take tomorrow. Have you seen rain in the desert? When God sent ravens to bring hot ice. Just like the bread shop owner Wong Yu. All leftover buns on the fire hydrant. For 15 years, he bears our burdens daily. Not earth-shattering manna falling on dew. When you feel you can't hold on, look at the hand that feeds 30,000 sparrows. Away fatigue at the corner of your eye. Who's preparing your kingship in the woods? When David knelt to bandage the wounds of the sheep, the already written. I have found David, the son of Jesse. He is a man of art, who used the shepherd's stone to polish the harp strings, shattering Goliath's arrogance with the gentleness of tending lambs. He wrote, "He restored my soul. He never measured value by worldly standards. He let the youngest be rooted by his elder brothers, trained the harp, let tear marks on the harp strings, transform hymns that comfort the whole earth." You see, today's humility is precisely the step he uses to crown you. In 2000 BC, theological discovery show during the Middle Bronze Age, it's on the 790-meter high ridge piled stones to build the early settlement, local deities. The city's original name was Jerusalem, meaning city of peace. In the 14th century BCE, Egyptian texts first recorded this city, calling it Rusalamum. The Canaanites, the strategic location between east and west, built city walls and reservoirs, collected from passing caravans. Clay tablets recorded trade lists of the time. Olive oil, grains, and bronze ware. During the Canaanite period was quite complete. The large structure discovered in 2010 was the then city wall. 7 meters thick, unearthed pottery fragments show residents have mastered the techniques. How the kingdom of Israel's city onto the historical stage. The birth of the city of David will soon be revealed. In the 10th century BC, King David captured the Jebusite fortress. According to records, the king, wearing a gold crown, wearing a purple royal robe, moved equal to status as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered building remains in the local area. Solomon, son of David, spent 7 years building the first temple. Craftsman comes. The temple's core, the Holy of lined with cypress wood and overlaid with gold. At the same time, an underground water system was still being uncovered in archaeological excavations in 586 BCE. The Neo-Babylonian army destroyed the temple. Soldiers with iron helmets burned the palace. Jewish were chained and taken to the Mesopotamian region. This period of Babylonia lies to the origin of synagogues. In 538 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild. Elderly Jewish leaders in white robes led the team using camels to carry items brought back from Babylon. The Second Temple took 20 years to complete. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions. It is the holiest, but also the most fragile. It has experienced glory, so suffered destruction, and rebuilt. But she has never disappeared. For thousands of years, people of different beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they cry, they sing. The city towering skyscrapers, but every stone has a story. It is a place of history and reality. And she makes people think of heaven, forces them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her. So, the ancient city is surrounded by a wall 4 kilometers long. It has 8 gates. The Skis Gate in the north is the largest and most magnificent. From here, we walk into the city is divided into 4 quarter: Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian quarter. You can hear Islamic prayers at the same time in the alleys. Arabic, Hebrew, and Indian intermingle. Each quarter has its unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and schools. The Christian quarter has the sepulchre. Muslim spices and copperware in the market. Armenian churches still hold its. This is Jerusalem, a city coexisting with multiple faiths. Its alleys carry the memory of 1,000 years. Walking in ancient city, it feels like time slowed down. Here, history is not stored, but engraved in every wall. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, this Jesus was crucified and resurrected. Believers all come here with reverence. This is the Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried the cross and walked. Today, pilgrims carry wooden crosses in his footsteps. Here is the Western Wall. Against the ancient stones, praying with tears. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Muslim to pray 5 times a day. The city, with different faiths, languages, and faces, tangled in love, hope, and sorrow, is not just a place on the map, spiritual home for billions. In the deep night, uniquely arriving at Genesis, Joseph's story. The teenager betrayed by close relatives curled up in a muddy pit, yet 30 years later, descended upon the of Sahara's travelers. They traversed the 40-degree high-temperature sand sea lock, not staring at the scalding history beneath the suspending direction of the 1,000-year camel bells, looking up at the stars. Aren't we also walking in the wilderness? Unemployment like waterless affection, illness like withered palm donkey trees, broken relationships like kites with broken strings. The Bible recorded the Red Sea. After the sea water receded, what was revealed in the inside shells? Every wound hides the embryo of a pearl. When tears seep into the shell of time, they bloom into life. You see, the thorns in the wilderness never bear yet bloom roses in the blazing flames. This perhaps is the code buried by the Creator. True brightness is not the absence, but still being able to see the reflection of stars. Have you seen deep night storage type crack? When a speck of faint light seeps in, all says you are the light of the world, not for you to burn into a torch, but like an all gentle persistence. A sister paints poems in the chemotherapy ward day. 73, over 3 years, 7 patients regained peace by the shepherd's stream. You see this smallest flower bud, the tubes so active starry sky, and you feel your please remember, eternity is using the temperature in your palm at this moment to embrace it. You waited for a rainbow in a storm, on the way of the ark rocking. Noah still had tree branches in his, yet heard the dove's olive branch in his heart. When the heavens painted a rainbow, they said, I see it, the remote covenant. Last night, I saw a food delivery worker photographing a double rainbow. In the basket, there were still about to be overdue. It turns out that pupil drops hitting the pointed raindrops are all leaving invisible musical sequences. And feel patience above the dome, 7 colored lights passing through gold. Quietly building a bridge on the path you must tomorrow. Have you seen rain in the desert when Elijah was feeding life? God sent ravens to bring ice. Just like the breakfast shop owner always places leftover buns on the fridge. For 15 years. The book says he bears our burdens daily, not earth-shattering, but like manna falling on dew. Can't hold on. Look at the hand that feeds 30,000 sparrows, wiping away the fatigue at the corner of your eye. Who is preparing your kingship in the wilderness knelt to bandage the wounds of the sheep? The already written. I have found David, the son of Jesse. He is a man out. Use the shepherd's stone to polish the harp strings, shatter with the gentleness tending lambs. He wrote, he restores my measures valued by worldly standards. He let the youngest erode his elder brothers, train the heart of a king in sheepfold. Let the tear marks on the harp strings, and saw the whole earth. Today's humility is precisely the step he uses to crown. BC, Jerusalem discovery during the Bronze Age. The Canaanites on this 190-meter high ridge piled stones to build the early settlement. They worshipped local deities. The name was Jerusalem, meaning city of peace. In the 14th century BCE, Egyptian texts this city calling it Jerusalem. It's the strategic location between east and west mountain roads, built city walls and reservoirs, collected tolls from passing caravans, clay tablets recorded trade lists of the time, olive oil, grains, and bronze ware. The city defense system during the Canaanite period was quite complete. The large stone structure discovered in 2010 was then city wall. 7 observation towers, unearthed pottery fragments show residents' hands pottery techniques. How the kingdom of Israel brought this city onto the historical stage. The birth of the city of David will soon be revealed. In the 10th century BC, King David captured the site fortress. According to wearing a crown, wearing a royal robe, ruled the Ark of the Covenant in the city, established its status as a religious center. The building remains in the local area. Solomon of David spent some year the first temple. Carved giant stones. The temple's court was lined with cypress wood and overlaid with gold. An underground water system was built, still being uncovered in archaeological excavations in 586 BCE. An army destroyed the temple. Soldiers wearing conical iron helmets burned the palace. Jewish nobles were changed to the Mesopotamian region. This period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the Orthodox. In 538 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Elderly Jewish leaders led the team using camels to carry sacred items brought back from Babylon. The second 20 years to complete. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions. It is the holy, but also the most fragile. It has glory and also suffered destruction. She has been capped, burned, and rebuilt, but she is never destroyed. For thousands of years, people of different races and beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. It has no towering skyscrapers, but every stone underfoot has a story. It is a place of history and reality, of sorrow and hope. She makes people, but also forces them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem, can truly possess her. But everyone leaves behind part of their soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall 4 kilometers long. It has 8 gates. The Damascus Gate in the north is the largest and most magnificent. From here, we look into the old city. The city is divided into 4 quarters: Jewish quarter, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian quarter. You can hear church bells and Islamic prayers at the same time. In alleys, Arabic, Hebrew, Armenian intermingle. Each has its unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Sells spices and copperware in the market. Armenian cheese. This is Jerusalem, an ancient city coexisting with multiple faiths. Its alleys, like veins, carry the memories of 3 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city, it feels like time has slowed down. Here, history is not stored in museums, but in all. This is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, this is where Jesus was crucified and resurrected. From all over the world come here with reverence. Carry the cross and walk this road. Today, pilgrims carry wooden crosses, following in his footsteps. Here is the Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stones, prayers. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Muslims prostrate here to pray 5 times a day. This city, her faith, languages, and faith is entangled in love, hope, and sorrow. It is not just a place on the map, but the spiritual home for billions. In the deep night, uniqueness, Joseph's story. The teenager reached by close curled up in a muddy 30 years later. Visited upon all of Egypt. This as travelers. They traverse the degree high and sea lines, not staring at the scalding history beneath their feet, but suspending the direction of the 1,000-year cap, looking up the starry sky. Aren't we also walking in the wilderness unemployment with the donkey trees, broken relationships like kites with broken strings? But the Bible records the night Moses parted the Red Sea after the seawater receded, shimmering inside shells. Every wound hides the emerald of hope. When tears seep into the shell of time, one morning it will bloom into light. See, the thorns in the wilderness never bear fruit. In the blazing flames, perhaps is the code of every age. True bliss is not the absence of dark, still being able to see the reflection of star. Have you seen deep night storage type cracks? When light seeps in, all shadows retreat. Darby says you are the light of the world, not for you to torch, but like an olive oil lamp, illuminating a small area with gentle persistence. A sister pain therapy ward every day. Psalm 23, over 3 years. 7 patients regained peace by the shepherd's stream. Smallest flower bud. The dewdrop carries can also refract the higher starry sky. When you feel your strength is weak, please remember, eternity is a temperature in your home at this moment. To embrace a trembling soul, have you ever waited for a rainbow? On the 150th day of the ark, Noah still had tree branches in his fingers. Earth does olive that echo in his heart. When the heaven painted a rainbow in the camp, they said, I see it, remember you. Last night, I saw food delivery under the overpass, photographing a double rainbow. Fever-reducing medicine is about to be overdue. It turns out that beautiful drops hitting the raindrops are all leading into musical sequences. When you feel patience is above the dome, 7 colored lights passing through goldfish clouds, climb the bridge on the path you must tomorrow. Have you seen rain in the desert? When Elijah was fleeing for his life, God sent brave ice, just like the breakfast or warm you. Always over buns fire hydrant for 50. The book says he bears our burden, not earth-shattering, but like manna falling on dew. When you feel you hold on, look at the hand that feeds 30,000 sparrows, gently wiping away fatigue at the corner of your eye, carrying your kingship in the woods. When David knelt to bench the sheep, the book above had already written David, the son of Jesse. He is a man at heart who used the shepherd's stone to polish heartstrings, shattering Goliath's arrogance with the gentleness of tending lambs. Wrote, "Where's my soul? He never measures value by world. Let the young be eroded by elder brothers. Train the sheep. Let the heart on the heartstrings transform into songs full worth." You see, today's humility is precisely the step he uses. See, during the Middle Bronze Age. The Canaanites on this 790-meter-high ridge piled stones to build the early settlement. They worshipped local deities. The city's original name was Jerusalem, meaning of peace. In the 14th century BCE, Egyptian texts first recorded the Canaanites utilized the strategic between east and west mountain roads, built city walls and collected tolls from passing caravans. Clay tablets recorded trade lists of the type of oil and bronzeware. The city's defense system during the Canaanite period was quite complete. The large stone structure discovered in 2010 city wall, 7 meters thick, equipped with observation towers. Pottery fragments show Friends had mastered advanced pottery techniques. How the kingdom of Israel brought this city onto the historical stage. The birth of the city will soon be revealed. In the 10th century BC, they captured the Jebusite fortress. According to Rek the king, wearing purple royal robe, moved Ark of the Covenant into the city, established its status as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered royal building in the era. Solomon, son of David, spent 7 years building the first craftsman carved giant stones. Temple's core, Holy of Holies, was lined with cypress wood and overlaid with gold. At the same time, an underground water system was still being uncovered in archaeological 186 BCE. The Neo-Babylonian army destroyed the temple. The conical iron helmets burned the palace. Which nobles were chained and taken to the Mesopotamian region. This period gave rise to the origin of synagogue. 538 BC. King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return and rebuild the temple. Leaders in white robes led camels to carry sacred items brought back from Babylon. The second 20 years to complete. Jerusalem city full of contradictions. It is also the most fragile. It has experienced glory and also suffered destruction. Been captured, burned, and rebuilt, but she has never disappeared. Thousands of years, people of different races and beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they hug, they sing. The city has no towering skyscrapers. Stone underfoot has a story, a place of history and reality, of sorrow and hope. She heaven, but also forces them to face suffering. Jerusalem, no one can truly possess her, but everyone leaves behind. Jerusalem's city is surrounded by a wall 30 long. It has 8 gates. This gate in the north is the largest and most. From here, we walk into the old city. The city is divided into 4 quarters. Quarter, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter. You can hear church bells and prayers at the same time. Arabic, Hebrew, Armenian intermingle. Each quarter has unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Muslim merchants sell spices in copper markets. Armenian churches still hold litanies. This is Jerusalem, an ancient coexisting with multiple. Its alleys, like veins, carry the memories of 3,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city, it feels like time has slowed down. Her history is not stored in museums, but engraved in every. This is the Church Sepulchre. According to tradition, this is where Jesus was crucified and resurrected. Believers from all the world come here with reverence. Dolorosa, Jesus carried the cross and walked this road. Pilgrims carry wooden crosses, following in his footsteps. Here is the Western Wall. Jews press their forehead against the ancient stones, tears. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa. Muslims prostrate here to pray 5 times a day. Visit with faiths, languages, and faces, is entangled in love, hope, and sorrow. She places on the map, but the spiritual home for billions. Living at Genesis, Joseph's story. The teenager betrayed the close relatives, curled up in a muddy pit. Yet 30 years later, descended of me of Sahara's travelers. They traveled the 40-degree high temperature sand sea lines, not staring at the scalding history beneath their feeling the direction of the 1,000-year camel bells in the sky. Aren't we also walking in the wilderness, waterless affection, illness like donkey trees, broken relationships like kites with broken strings? But the Bible records the night Moses parted Eden. What was revealed were pearls, shimmering shells. Every wound hides the embryo of a pearl. And tears seep into the shell of time. Eventually, one morning it will bloom into light. The thorns in the wilderness are barefoot, yet bloom roses in a blazing flame. This perhaps is code buried by the creative bright, not the absence of darkness, still being able to see the reflective stars. Have you seen deep night storage type cracks? When a speck of faintness, all shadows retreat. Barbie says, light of the world, not for you to burn a torch. Like an olive oil lamp, illuminating a small area with gentle persistence, paints poems in the chemotherapy ward every day. Psalm 23. Over 3 years, 7 patients regained peace by the shattered stream. You see this smallest flower, the dewdrop it carries can also refract the entire starry sky. When you feel your strength is weak, please remember, eternity is used temperature in the palm at this moment, to embrace humbling soul. Have you ever waited for a rainbow in a storm? On the 5th day, the ark of Noah still had tree branches in his fingernails. Branch echoed in his heart. When the heavens painted a rainbow on the canopy, they say, I see it, and remember the eternal cup. Last night, I saw a food worker under the wrapping a double rainbow. In vast, there were still fever-reducing medicines about the overdue. It turns out that beautiful drops hitting the pointed raindrops. Only visible musical sequences. You feel patient, reaching its limit. Above the dome, 7-colored lumps passing through goldfish clouds. Quietly on the path you must take tomorrow. See rain in the desert. When Elijah was fleeing, God sent ravens to bring hot ice. The breakfast shop owner Wong Yu always places leftover buns on the fire hydrant. For 15 years, the book says he bears our burden, not earth-shattering, but like falling on dew. You feel you can't hold on. Look at a hand that feeds 30,000 sparrows. Tea at the corner of your eye. Who is preparing your kingship in the wilderness? And the wounds of the sheep. The book above had all. I have found David, the son of Jesse, and after my own heart. He used the shepherd to polish the harp strings, shattering the gentleness of king lambs. He wrote, he restores my soul. He never measures value by worldly standards. He let the youngest be eroded by his elder brothers. Train the heart of a king in the sheep. Let the tear marks on the harp strings transform the whole earth. You see, today's humility is that he uses to crown you. In 2000 BC, Jerusalem archaeological discoveries show during the Middle Bronze Age on this 790-meter high ridge piled stones to build the earliest settlement. They worshipped local. The city's original name was Lam, meaning City of Peace. In the 14th century BCE, Egyptian texts first reported this city called Jerusalem. The Canaanites utilized the strategic between east and west mountain roads, walls and reservoirs, collected tolls from passing caravans. Clay tablets recorded trade, olive oil, grains, and bronzeware. The system during the Canaanite period was quite large. The stone structure discovered in 2010 was the then city wall. Thick, equipped with observation towers. Unearthed pottery fragments show residents had mastered advanced pottery technique. How the kingdom of Israel brought this city onto the historical stage, the birth of the city of David. In the 10th century BC, David captured the Jebusite forts. According to record, the king, wearing a gold crown, wearing a purple royal robe, moved the Ark of the Covenant into its status as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered royal building remains in the old area. Solomon, son of David, spent 7 years building the first temple. Craftsmen carved giants. The temple's core, the Holy of Holies, were lined with cypress wood and overlaid with gold. At the same time, a river system was built, still being uncovered in archaeological excavations in 586 CE. The Neo-Babylonian army destroyed the temple. Soldiers wearing conical iron helmets burned the palace. Jewish nobles were chained and taken to the Mesopotamian. The Babylonian exile gave high origin of synagogues. In 508 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and build the temple. Elderly leaders in white robes led the teams and camels to carry sacred items brought Babylon. The second temple is to complete. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions, holiest, but also the most fragile. It has experienced glory and also suffered destruction. She has been captured, burned, but she has never disappeared. For thousands of years, people of different races and beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. The city has no towering, but every stone underfoot has a story. It is a place of history and reality, of sorrow and hope. She may of heaven, but also forces suffering. This is Jerusalem. No truly possess her. But everyone leaves behind part of the ancient city is surrounded by a wall long. It has 8 gates. The Damascus Gate in the north is the largest and most magnificent. We walk into the old city. The city is divided into 4 quarters: Jewish quarter, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian quarter. You can hear church bells and Islamic prayers at the same time. In the Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian intermingled quarter has its unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Muslim spices and copperware in the market still hold liturgies. This is Jerusalem, an ancient city coexisting with multiple faiths. Its alleys, like veins, carry the memories of 3,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city, it feels like time has slowed down. Here, history is not stored in museums, engraved in every wall. This is the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, this is where Jesus died and resurrected. Believers from all over the world come here with reverence. This is the Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried this road. Today, pilgrims carry wooden crosses, following in his. Here is the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stones with tears. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa. Muslims prostrate here to pray, times a day. This, with different faiths, languages, and faces, is of hope and sorrow. She is not just a map, but the spiritual home for billions. In the deep night, Joseph's story. The teenager betrayed by close relatives curled up in a muddy, yet 30 years later, descended upon all Egypt. Sahara's travelers. They traverse the 40-degree high temperature sands, not stare, holding history beneath their feet, but suspending the direction of the 1,000-year camel starry sky. Aren't we also in wilderness unemployment like stillness like withered palm donkey trees, broken relationships like kites with broken string. The night Moses parted the Red Sea after the sea after the sea. What was revealed were pearls shimmering inside shells. Every womb hides the embryo of a pearl into the shell of time. Eventually, one morning will bloom into light. You see, the thorns in the wilderness never bear fruit, yet flames. This perhaps is the code made by the Creator. This is not the absence of darkness, but being able to see the reflection of stars. Have you seen storage type cracks? When it's back goes in, all shadows treat. Barbie says you are to burn into a torch, but like an olive oil lamp, small area with gentle persistence. A sister paints poems in the chemotherapy ward every day. Psalm 23, over 3 years. 7 patients regained peace by the... You see this smallest flower. The dewdrop carries can also reflect the entire starry sky. When you feel your strength, eternity is using the temperature in your palm at this moment to embrace a trembling soul. Have you ever waited for a rain? On the 150th day, the art rocking Bill had tree branches in his fingernails, yet heard a dove's olive branch held in his heart. When the heavens painted a rainbow on the canopy, they said, I see it, remember the eternal covenant. Last night, I saw a food delivery worker under the overpass, photographing a double rainbow. There were still feed-reducing medicines about to be opened. It turns out that photographs are all weaving invisible musical sequences. Of 7 colored light is passing through goldfish. Quite a building up on the path you take to rain the desert. When Elijah was fleeing for his life, God sending hot ice on you. All Ace's leftover buns on air hydrant. For 15 years, as he bears our burdens daily, not shattering, but like manna falling on dew. When you feel you can't hold on, look at the hand that feeds. 30,000 sparrows, wiping away the fatigue at the corner of your eye. When David bandaged the wound of the sheep, the book above had already written, I have found David, son of He is after my own. Bruce shepherd stopped to polish the harp strings, shattering Goliath's arrogance with the gentleness of He restores my soul. He never measures value by worldly stuff. He let the youngest be eroded by others. Train the heart of a king in the sheepfold. Praise transform into songs that comfort the whole world. His humility is precisely the step he uses to crown in 2000 BC. Jerusalem emerged out of discovery during the Middle Bronze Age. They came 790-meter high ridge stones to build the earliest settlement. They worshipped local deities. His original name was Elam, meaning city of peace. In the 14th century BCE, texts first recorded this city, calling it Jerusalem. Utilized the strategic location between east roads, built sea walls and reservoirs, collected tolls from passing caravans. Clay tablets reported trade with olive oil, grains, and bronzeware. The city defense system during the quite complete. A large stone structure discovered in 2010 was the city wall, 7 meters thick, equipped with observation tower. Pottery fragments show residents had advanced pottery techniques. How the Kingdom of Israel brought this city onto the historical stage. Birth of the David will soon be revealed. King of Israel had the heavy sight torch. According to records, the king, wearing a purple royal robe, the Ark of the Covenant into the city, established its status as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered royal building remains in the Ophel area. Solomon, son of, spent 7 years building first temple. Craftsmen carved giant stones. The temple's hall, the Holy of Holies, was lined with cypress wood and overlaid with gold. An underground water system was built. Covered in archaeological excavations in 586 BCE, the Neo destroyed the temple. Soldiers wearing conical iron helmets burned palace and taken to the Mesopotamian region. The period of Babylonian exile gave rise to, in 538 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Elder leaders in white robes and camels to carry sacred items brought temple 2 years complete. Jerusalem is a city, it is the holiest, but also the most spirit, and also suffered destruction. She has been captured, burned. She has never disappeared for thousands of years. People, different races and beliefs have. They argue, they hug, they sing. Skyscrapers, but every stone has a story. It is a place of history and reality. Sorrow and hope. She makes people think heaven, but also forces them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her, but everyone leaves of their soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall 4 kilometers long. It has 8 gates. The Damascus Gate in the is the largest and magnificent. From here, we walk into the old city. The city is divided into 4 quarters: Jewish quarter, Christian quarter, Armenian. You can hear churches and Islamic prayers at the same time. In the Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian intermingle. Each quarter has its unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Merchants sell spices and copper in the market. Armenia hold liturgies. This is Jerusalem. Ancient city coexisting multiple faiths. A place like vein carry the memories of 3,000 years. Walking Jerusalem's ancient city feels like time has slowed down. Here, history is not stored in museums, but engraved on the wall. This is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, this is where Jesus was crucified and resurrected. From all over the world come people to embrace. This is Via Dolorosa. Jesus crossed and walked this road. Today, pilgrims carry wooden crosses, following his footsteps. Here is the Western Wall. Press their foreheads against the ancients, praying with tears. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Muslim prostrate pray 5 times a day. This city, with different faiths, languages, faces, is entangled in love, hope, and sorrow. She is not just a place on the map, but this for billions. Not unique. They arrive at Genesis, Joseph's story, which was hurled up in a muddy pit. Yet 30 years later, descended upon all of you. This reminds me of Sahara's travelers. They traverse 40 high temperature sand seas, and the holding history beneath their feet in the direction of the 1,000-year camel. Looking up at the sky, aren't we also walking in like wordless affections, like little Tom Duncan? Broken relations like pipes were broken, but the Bible records the Moses after the sea, after the sea. What was in the were pearls, shimmering and just. Every wound hides the embryo of a winter seep into the shell. Eventually, one morning it will bloom into light. You see, the thorns in the wilderness never bear fruit. Bloom roll of blazing flames. This perhaps is the code made by the Creator. brightness of the app dark, but still see the reflection star. Have you seen deep mass storage type? And a speck of faint light seeps in. All shadows retreat. Barbie said, "You are the light of the world." Not to a torch. Light. Illuminating a small area with gentle persistence. A poems in the chemotherapy ward every day. Psalm 23. Over 3 years. 7 patients. You see this carries can also track starry sky. If you feel your strength is weak, please remember, he is using the temperature in your palm at this moment. Have you ever waited for a rainbow storm? On the 150th day of the ark rocking, Noah, branches in his fingernails. He heard the dove's olive branch echo in his heart. They say, I see it, remember the eternal covenant. Last night, I saw water under the overpass, photographing the double rainbow. In the basket, they're eagerly using medicines about to be overdue. It turns out that beautiful drops hitting pointed raindrops are only invisible musical sequences. You feel patience is reaching its limit. Above the door, 7-colored light is passing through goldfish clouds. Quietly building on the path you must take tomorrow. You see, when Elijah was fleeing his life, God sent rain hot. The breakfast shop owner Wang Yu, all over buns on the fire hydrant. For 15 years, the book says he bears our burdens daily, not but like manna falling on dew. When you feel you can't hold on, look at the hand that feeds 30,000 sparrows. Gently weigh the fatigue at the corner of your eye. Who is preparing you in the wilderness? Now bandage the wounds of the sheep. The above had already written the son of Jesse. He is a man after my own heart. He used the shepherd's stone to polish the harp string, showing Goliath's arrogance. With the gentleness of tending lambs, he wrote, he restores my soul. He never measures value by world. That thing is eroded by his brothers. The heart of a king in the sheepfold. Let the tears transform into song, comfort the whole earth. You see, to humility is precisely the step he uses to crown you. In 2000 BC, Jerusalem emerged archaeological during the Middle Bronze Age. It's on this 790-meter high stone to build the earliest settlement to local deities. The original name was Jerusalem, City of Peace. In the 14th century BCE, Egyptian texts first recorded this city, calling it Solomonites utilized the strategic location between east and west mountain roads, built city walls and reservoirs, collected tolls from passing caravans. Clay tablets recorded time, olive oil rains and bronze ways defense system during the Canaanite period. The large stone structure discovered in 2000 was the then city wall, 7 meters thick, equipped with observation towers, unearthed pottery fragments. Residents had mastered advanced how the kingdom of Israel brought the historical stage. The birth of the city of David will soon be revealed. King David of Israel captured the bright fortress. According to records, the king, wearing a gold crown, wearing a purple royal robe, moved the Ark of the Covenant into the city, established as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered royal building remains in the local area. Solomon David spent 7 years building the first temple. Craftsmen carved the temple's core. The Holy of Holies was lined cypress wood and overlaid with gold. At the same time, water systems built. Being uncovered in archaeological excavations in 500 EE, the Neo-Babylonian army destroyed the temple. Soldiers wearing conical iron heads. Jewish nobles were taken into the Mesopotamian region. The period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the origin of synagogues. BC. Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Elderly Jewish leaders in robes led the team using camels to carry sacred items brought back from Babylon. The Second Temple. Jerusalem is full of contradictions. It is the holiest, but also the most fragile. Glory, and also suffered destruction. She has been burned, rebuilt. She has never disappeared. For thousands of years, races and beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. The city has no towering skyscrapers, but every stone has a story. It is a piece of history and reality. Of sorrow and hope. She makes heaven, but also forces them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. Truly bless her. But everyone leaves behind. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall 4 kilometers long. The Damascus Gate in the north, largest and magnificent. From here, we walk. The city is divided into 4 quarters: Jewish quarter, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian quarter. Church bells and Islamic prayers at the same time. In the alleys, Greek and Armenian intermingle. The quarter has its unique scenery. The Jew quarter has synagogues, and Christian quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Muslim merchants sell spices and copper ware in the market. This is Jerusalem, an ancient city coexisting with multiple faiths. Its alley, like veins, carry years. Ancient city. It feels like time has here. History is not stored in museums. But engraved. This is the Church of the Sepulchre. According to tradition, this is where Jesus was crucified. Believers from all over the world come here with reverence. Dolorosa. Jesus carried the cross and walked this road. Today, he crosses in his footsteps. Here is the Western Wall. Jews presence the ancient stones praying. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa. Muslims are here to pray 5 times a day, with different faiths, languages, and faces, is tangled in love, hope, and sorrow. She is not just a place on the map, the spiritual home for billions. In the deep night, you may arrive at Genesis, Joseph's story, betrayed by close relatives curled up in a pit, yet 30 years later, descend upon all of them. This reminds of Sahara's travelers. They traverse the 40-degree hot sand sea lions, staring at the small history beneath their feet, spending the direction of the 1,000-year camel bell, looking up at the starry sky. Aren't we also walking in the wilderness unemployment like waterless affection illness? little palm donkey trees, broken relationships like strings. But the Bible records the night Moses parted the Red Sea after sea water receded. What was shimmering inside shows. Every wound hides the embryo of a hope. When tears seep into the shell of time, eventually one will bloom to light. You see, the thorns in the wilderness never bear fruit, yet bloom rose. This perhaps is the code carried by the Creator. True brightness, not the absence of darkness. Still being able to reflection of stars. Have you seen deep nights such type? When a sight seeps in, all shadows retreat. He says you are the world, nothing to burn into a torch. Like an olive oil lamp. Illuminate a small area with gentle persistence. A saint's poems in the chemotherapy ward every day. Psalm 23. For 3 years, 7 patients Reapert Street. Smallest flower bud. You see this dewdrop that carries can so refract the entire starry sky. When you feel your strength is weak. Please remember the temperature in your palm to embrace a trembling soul. Storm. On the 150th day of Loch Rock, branches in his fingernails, yet heard the dove's outrush echo in his heart. When the heaven on the canopy, they say, I see it. Remember her covenant. Last night I saw the reworker under the overpass, photographing a double rainbow. In battle fever reducing this was about to be overdue. It turns out that beautiful drops hitting the point are all leaving invisible musical sequences. When you above the dome, 7 colored lights pass clouds. Quietly building a bridge on the path you must take tomorrow. Have you seen rain in the desert? When Elijah was fleeing for his life, God sent ravens to bring hot ice. Just like the breakfast view, always places leftover buns on the fire hydrant. For 15 years, the book says he bears our burdens daily. Not earth-shattering, but like falling on dew, when you feel you can't hold on. Look at the hand that feeds 30,000, gently wiping away the fatigue at the corner of your eye. Was preparing your kingship in the wilderness when David knelt, bandaged the wounds of sheep. The book of had already a man after my stone to polish the harp strings. Shard. Tending lambs. Restores my soul. He never met value by world. He let us be eroded by his elder brothers. Train art of a king when the sheep fall. Let the tear marks on the harp strings transfer songs that comfort whole with. You see, Today's humility is precisely the step he uses to crown him. In 2000 BC, Jerusalem emerged archaeological discovery show during the Middle Bronze Age. It came on 790 to build the earliest settlement. The city's original name was Jerusalem. Of peace. In BCE, Egyptian texts first reported this city calling Solomon. Canaanites utilized the strategic location between east and west city walls and reservoirs, collected tolls in caravan. The tablets recorded trade lists of the time. Grains and Brower. The seized Canaanite period was quite complete. The large stone structure discovered in 2010 was the then city wall. 7 Earth pottery. Residents had mastered advanced pottery techniques. How the kingdom of Israel brought this onto the page. The birth of the city of David would soon be revealed. In the 10th century BC, David captured the Jebusite fortress. According to records, the king, bearing a gold crown, wearing a purple robe, moved the Ark of the Covenant into the city, established its status as a religious center. Modern archaeology displays the building remained in the oval area. Solomon spent 7 years building the first temple. Craftsmen carved giant stones. The temple's called the Holy Holies was lined with cypress wood and overlaid. At the same time, an underground water system still being uncovered in archaeological excavations in 560 CE. The Babylonian army destroyed the temple. Soldiers wearing conical iron helmet burned the palace. Jewish nobles were chained to the Mesopotamian region. This period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the origin of synagogues. In 538 BC, Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Elderly Jewish leaders led the team using camels to carry sacred items brought back to the temple. Complete. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions. The holiest, but also the most fragile. It has experienced glory and also suffered destruction. She has been captured and rebuilt, but she has never disappeared. For thousands, people of different races and beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. The city no towering skyscrapers, but every stone unfoot story. It is a place of history, reality, of sorrow and hope. She makes people think of heaven, but also forces them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her, but everyone leaves behind part of their soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by miles long. It has 8 gates. The Damascus Gate in the north is the largest and magnificent. From here, we walk into the old city. This is divided into 4 quarters. Jewish quarter, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian quarter. You can hear church bells and Islamic prayers at the same time. In the alleys, Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian intermingle. The quarter has its unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues. The Christian quarter, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Merchants sell spices in the market. Armenian churches still hold liturgy. Jerusalem, an ancient city coexisting carry memories of 3,000 years. In Jerusalem City, down, not or museums, but engraved every wall. This, according to tradition, this is where Jesus was crucified, resurrected. Believers of the world compare with this. This is the Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried the cross and while pilgrims carried wooden crosses, following his steps. Here is the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stones, praying with tears. Not far away is the Muslims prostrate here to pray 5 times. This city, with different faiths, languages, and faiths, is in and sorrow. She is not just a place on the map, but the spiritual home for billions. In the deep night, uniquely arriving at Genesis, Joseph's story, the teenage betrayed by rolled up in a muddy pit. Yet 30 years later, descended on all this. This reminds me of Sahara's travelers. They traverse the 40-degree high temperatures, not staring at the scalding history beneath their feet, but reflection of the 1,000-year camel bells looking up at the sky. Aren't we also walking in wilderness unemployment, like waters affection, illness like withered palm donkeys, broken relationships, heights with broken streams? The Bible records the night Moses parted the Red Sea after the seawater receded. What was revealed were pearls, side shells, every wound hops of pearl. With tears seep into the shell of time. Eventually, one morning will bloom into life. You see, the thorns in the wilderness never bear fruit, as in the blazing flames. Perhaps this code buried by Creator. True brightness, not the absence of being able to see the reflection of stars. Have you seen deep night storage type price? When the faint light seeps in, all shadows retreat. As you are the light of the world, not for you to burn into a torch, olive oil lamp, illuminating us with gentle persistence. A sister paints poems in the therapy board every Psalm 23, over 3 years. And patience regained peace, the shattered stream. You see this small bud, the drop it carries can also refract the entire starry sky. Your strength is weak. Please remember, eternity is using the temperature in your palm at this moment. Trembling soul, have you ever waited for a rainbow in a storm? On the 100 arc Noah, still had tree branches in his fingernails, doves of branch echo in his heart. When the head painted a rainbow canopy, they say, I see eternal color. Last night, dog food we were into the overpack, photographing the double still fever reducing out to the overdue. It turns out little drops hitting pointed raindrops, all leaving invisible music. When you feel this minute, above the dome, some colored lights passing through goldfish clouds. Why they building a brick path you must take tomorrow, and you just like the breakfast shop wire hut. For 50 years, the book says he bears our birds daily, not earth-shattering, but like man falling on dew. You feel you can't hold on. Look at the hand that 3,000 spell. Gently one away fatigue at the corner of your eye. Who is preparing your kingship in the wilderness? When David knelt to bench the wound, the book above had already written, I found David, the son of Jesse. He is a man after my own heart. He used the shepherd's stone to polish the harp string, arrogance. With the gentleness and lambs, he wrote, yours my soul, you were measured by worldly standards. With the younger, he wrote it by his elder brother, trained by the heart of the king in the sheepfold. Tear marks on the harp strings, transform into the whole earth. You see, today's precisely the step he used. 2008, Jerusalem merged archaeological discoveries in the Middle Bronze Age. The Canaanites on 790-meter high ridge piled stones to the earliest local deal. The city's original name was Jerusalem, meaning city of 14th BC. Egyptian texts first read this city, calling it Jerusalem. The Canaanites utilized the strategic location with roads, walls, and reservoirs, collected tolls from passing caravans. Plato recorded trade was of time, olive oils, and bronze ware. The city's defense system during the Kane was quite bleak. The large stone structures in 2010 was the then city wall. 7 years thick observation towers, unearthed pottery fragments show that residents had mastered advanced techniques. How the kingdom of Israel, this city, onto the historical stage, the birth of David will soon be revealed. 1st century BC, King David captured the Jebusite fortress. According to wearing a gold crown, wearing a purple royal robe, moved the Ark of the Covenant into the city, its status as a religious center. Modern archaeologists discovered royal remains in the Ophel area. Solomon, son of David, spent 7 years building the first temple. Craftsmen carved giant stones. The temple's core, the holies, was lined with cypress wood and overlaid with gold. At the same time, the underground water system was built, still being uncovered in archaeological excavations in 586 BCE. The Neo-Detroit Temple, soldiers wearing conical iron helmets, Jewish nobles were chained and taken to Mesopotamia, Egypt. This period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the synagogues. In 508 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Elves led the team using carried back from Babylon. 20 years to beat Jerusalem, city full of contradictions. It is the most fragile. It has experienced glory and also suffered and captured, burned, and rebuilt. She is never disappeared. For thousands of years, people of different races have gathered here. They argue, they hide, they sing. The city has no grapes, but every stone underfoot has a story. It is a place of history and of sorrow and hope. People think of heaven, but also to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her. Everyone leaves behind part of their soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall meters long. It has 8 gates. The gate in the north is the largest and magnificent. From here, we walk into the city. The city is divided into 4 quarters: Jewish quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian quarter. You hear church bells and Islamic prayer at the same time. In the alleys, Arabic, Armenian. Each quarter has its unique symbol. The Jewish quarter has synagogues. The Christian quarter is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Muslims and Kawar and Mar. Armenian churches still. This is Jerusalem, an ancient city coexisting with multiple faiths. Carry the memories of theirs. Walking in Jerusalem's feels like time has slowed down. Here, history is not stored, but engraved in every wall. This is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, this is where Jesus was crucified and resurrected. So the world with reverence. This is Jesus carry the cross and walk this road. Take pilgrims, carry wooden crosses, following. Here is the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stones, praying with tears. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Muslim prostrate here to pray. 5 times. This city, with different faiths and faces, is entangled in love and sorrow. She is not just a place on the map, home for bits in the Joseph's story, the teenager betrayed by Chloe, yet 30 years later, descended upon all of Egypt. Harris rabbits, and staring at the scalding history beneath her, but suspending the direction of the thousand-year camel bells looking up the starry sky. Hardly employment like watching illness, like palm donkey trees, broke relationships like kites, but the Bible Moses started the Red Sea after the sea water receded, with shimmering inside shells, every woolly embryo of pearl. When tears seep into the chef's one morning it will bloom into light. You see, the thorns will yet bloom roses in the blazing flames. Buried by the Creator, true greatness is not the absence of darkness, but still being able to see the reflection of stars. Have you seen D-Night storage type acts? When a speck of faint lights, all you are the light of the world. Not for you to burn in torch, but like an olive oil lamp. Poems in the chemotherapy ward every day. Psalm 23. Over 3 years. 7 patients regained peace by the shepherd. Eternity is used temperature in your palm at this moment. To embrace a trunk soul. Have you ever waited for a rainbow in a storm? The 150th day of the ark rocking Noah still had tree branches. Nails. There the dove's olive branch had in his heart, painted a rainbow on the canopy. They say, I see it. Remember the return covenant. Last night, I saw a food worker under the overpass. Photographing the double street, there was still fever medicine left overdue. It turns out the pointed raindrops are all weaving invisible musical sequences. When you feel patience is reaching its limit, the dome, 7 colored lights into goldfish clouds. Quietly go down the path you must take tomorrow. Rain in the desert. It's like God begins to bring hot ice. Just the breakfast shop owner Wang Yu always places the hydrant. For 15 years, the book says he bears our burdens, not earth. But I'll do when you can't hold on. Look, there's a sparrow. Jet away the fatigue, the corner of your eye. Who is in your kingship in the world? A sheep. The book above had already found David, the son of Jesse. He is an after my own heart, through the shepherd's shattering the white Argus, through the gentleness of tending hands. He restores my soul. Your measures value by worldly standards. Let the young his elder brothers train the heart of the king on shield. Let the tear heart of hutches transform into songs that today is precise. The step he uses to crown it into the nights on the 700-year high ridge pile stones built the earliest settlement. The city's original name was Jerusalem, meaning city of peace. At the time, olive oil grains and bonds were the city's defense system during the Canaanite period. 2010 was the then city wall. Starvation towers, unearthed pottery, and pottery techniques helped the kingdom of Israel, the city, onto the historical stage. The birth of the city of David was revealed. In the 10th century BC, King David Israel captured the Jebusite throne. According to records, the road moved the Ark of the Covenant into the city, established as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered Solomon, son of spent 7 years in the first temple. Craftsman stone. The Holy of Holies was like wood and overlaid with At the same time, an underground system was built. Still being uncovered in archaeological excavations in 586 BCE, the Neo-Babylonian army destroyed the temple. Soldiers wearing conical iron helmets burned the palace. Jewish soldiers were chained and taken to the Mesopotamian region. This period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the origin of synagogues. In 530, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return and rebuild the temple. Elderly Jewish leaders in white robes led the team using camels to carry sacred items brought back from Babylon. The Second Temple took 20 years to complete. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions. It is the holiest, so the most fragile. It has experienced and also suffered destruction. She has been captured, burned, and rebuilt, but she has never disappeared. For thousands of years, people of different races and beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they hug, they cry, sing. The sea has no towering skyscrapers, but every stone underfoot has a story. A place deep night, unique, thriving Genesis. The teenager curled up in a muddy pit, yet 30 years later, descended upon all of Egypt. This reminds me of Sahara's travelers. A 40-degree high-temperature sea lion. Not staring at the swirling history beneath their feet, but spending the direction of a 1,000-year camelback, looking up at the star sky. Aren't we all so long, like waterless vagabonds, like little palm trees who can lay kites with strings? The Bible records the night most part of the sea after the sea water receded. What was revealed were shimmering inside shells, every womb high over her. With tears seep the shell of time. Eventually, it will bloom into light. The wilderness never yet lives in the blazing pain. Perhaps is the code buried but created. Trueness is not absence, but still being able to see. Like a star has type cracks. When a stack of fake lights is in, all shadows retreat. Bobby says you are the of the world. I food to burn into a torch. In all well lamp. The natives area with gentle assistance. A sister paints poems. Chemotherapy ward every day. Some over 3 years. 7 spaghetti by Shepherd. You see, smallest flower. It can also refract the entire starry sky. When real use is weak, remember, eternity is ever in your palm. This moment, to embrace a trembling soul. Have you ever waited for rainbows on the 150th day? Rocking what still had tree breath in his grenade. Heard the olive branch echoing. When the heavens on the canopy, they say, I see it, and remember the eternal covenant. I come to the under the oaths. Photograph a rainbow. In the basket, there was still fever-reducing medicines about to be overdue. The drops hitting pointed rainbows, or all leaving invisible mutants. You've patiently reaching its limit of the door. Seven-colored like orange clouds. By the building bridge on the path you must take tomorrow. Have you seen rain desert when Elijah was feeling? God sent rain spring ice. Just the shop owner Wong Yu always places leftover buns on a fire hydrant. For 15 years, the book says he bears our burden daily. not earth-shattering, but like manna falling on dew. When you feel you can't hold on, these 30,000 sparrows, gently wiping away the fatigue at the corner of your eye. Who's pairing? When David knelt to bandage the wounds of the sheep, above had all found his son Jesse. He is a man, and after on the heart, he used the shepherd's stone to polish the harps, shattering Goliath's arrogance with the gentleness of 10 hands. He wrote, "He restores my soul." He never measured value by worldly standards. He let his elder brother train the heart of a king in the sheepfold. Let the tear marks on the harp strings transform into songs that whole earth. You see, today's humility is the step he used to crown him. In 2000 BC, Jerusalem emerged. Archaeological discoveries showed Jerbil bronze Canaanites on the 790 high ridge. Piled stones to build the early settlement. The city's original name was Jerusalem, meaning city of peace. In 14th century BCE, the city called Jerusalem. The Canaanites utilized the strategic location between east and west, built city walls and reservoirs, collected tolls from clay tablets recorded trade lists at the time, olive oil, grains, and bronze. The city's defense system during the Canaanite period was quite complete. The large stone structure discovered in 10 was the then city wall, 7 meters thick, equipped with observation pottery fragments show. President had mastered advanced pottery techniques. How the kingdom of the stage. The birth of the city of revealed. 10th century BC, King captured the Jebusite fortress. Point records the king, wearing a purple royal robe, moved the covenant into the city, established its status as a religious Craftsmen carved giant stones. The temple's wall, the Holy of Holies, lined with cypress wood and overlaid at the same time being under archaeological excavations in 586 BCE. The Babylonian army destroyed the temple, and conical iron helms burned the palace. Jewish nobles were gained and taken to the Mesopotamian region. This period of Babylonian exile gave rise to the origin of synagogues. In 538 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Jewish leaders in white robes led the team using camels to carry sacred items brought to Babylon. The second temple took 20 years to complete. Jerusalem, a city full of contradictions. It is also the most fragile. It has experienced glory and also for destruction. She has been captured, burned, and rebuilt, or disappeared. For thousands of years, people of different races and beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. It has no towering skyscrapers, but every stone underfoot has a story. It a place of history and reality, of sorrow, and she makes people think of heaven, but also forces them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can truly, but everyone leaves behind a soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall long. It has 8 gates. The Damascus north is the large and magnificent. From here into the old city. The city is divided in quarters. Jewish quarter, Muslim order, Armenian. You can hear prayers at the same time. In the alleys, Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian intermingled. Each quarter has its unique scenery. The synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has the Church of Holy Sepulchre. Muslim merchants sell spices and copperware in the market. Churches still hold liturgies. This is Jerusalem, an ancient city existing with multiple faiths. Its alleys, like veins, carry the memories of 3,000 years. In Jerusalem, ancient city, feels like time has slowed down. Here, history is not stored in museums, but engraved in every wall. This is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, this is where Jesus was crucified and resurrected. Believers from all over the world come here with reverence. The Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried a cross and walked this road. Today, pilgrims carry crosses, following his footsteps. Here is the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stones, praying. Not far away is the times a day. This city, with different languages and races, is entangled in love and sorrow. She is not just a map, but the spiritual home for billions. Tonight, uniquely arriving at Joseph's story. Teenager betrayed by relatives, curled up in a muddy pit. Yet 3 years descended upon all of Egypt. This reminds me of travelers. They traverse the 40-degree high-temperature sand mines, not staring at the scalding history of their feet, but suspending the direction of the 1,000-year, looking up at the starry sky. Aren't we up in wilderness, unemployment, waterless affection, ill calm, broke relationships like kites with rings? The Bible words the night Moses to the Red Sea after sea, water seeded. What was revealed were pearls shimmering inside shells. Every wound hides the embryo when tears seep into the time. One morning it will bloom into light. You see, the thorns yet bloom roses and lazy flames. This perhaps is the code buried by the Creator, but still being able to see the reflection of stars. Have you seen scorch-type crafts? As that the faint light seeps in, all shadows retreat. Barbie says you are the light of the world to burn into a torch, but like an olive oil lamp in a small area with gentle persistence. A sister paints the chemotherapy ward every day, some 23. Over years, 7 nations regained peace by the shattered stream. The drop it carries can also refract higher starry side. When you feel your strength is weak, eternity is using the temperature in your palm at this moment. So, have you ever waited for rainbow in a storm? On the 150th day of the ark rocking Noah, still branches yet heard the dove's olive branch echo it. And the heavens paint a rainbow in the canopy. They say, I see it, and remember the eternal covenant. Delivery worker under the overpass, photographing a double rainbow. In the basket, there were Stussy medicines about to be overdue. It turns out that beautiful drops hitting the pointed raindrops are all weaving sequences. When you feel patience is reaching its limit, above the dome, 7-colored light is passing through golds, quietly building a bridge on the path you must take tomorrow. Have you seen Raymond who was fleeing for his life? God sent ravens to bring hot ice, just like the Wong Yu always places lead on the fire hydrant. For 15 years, the book he bears our burdens daily. You can't hold on. Look at the hand that feeds 30. Gently wiping away teeth. Who is the wilderness? When David knelt to bandage the wounds of the sheep, the book above had already written, I have found David the son. He is a man after my own heart. Here's the shadows, shattering Goliath's arrogance. With gentleness of tending lambs, stores my soul, never measures value by worldly standards. He let the youngest be eroded by his elder brothers. Train the heart of a king in the sheepfold. Let the tears transform into songs that comfort the whole world. You see, his humility is precisely the step he knew. In 2000 BC, Jerusalem archaeological discoveries show during the Middle Bronze Age on this 790-meter high ridge to build the earliest settlement. They worshipped local deities. The city's original name was meaning City of Peace. In the 14th century BC, Egyptian texts first recorded the city calling it Jerusalem. The Canaanite utilized the strategic location between east and west mountain roads, built sea walls and reservoirs, collected toll and caravans, clay tablets, recorded trade lists of the time, olive oil, grain. The city's defense system during the Canaanite period was quite complete. The large stone structure discovered in 2000 was the then city wall, 7 meters thick, equipped with obelisk towers. Residents had mastered advanced pottery. How the kingdom of Israel brought this city onto the historical stage. The city of David will soon be revealed. In the 10th century BC, King David of Israel captured the Jebusite records the king, wearing a gold crown, wearing a purple royal robe, moved the ark into the city, established as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered royal buildable area. Solomon, son of David, building the first temple. Craftsmen carved giant stones. Its core, the Holy of Holies, was lined with cypress wood and overlaid with gold. An underground water system was built, still being uncovered in archaeological excavation. 586 BCE. The Babylonian army destroyed the temple. Soldiers wearing conical iron helmets burned the palace. Jewish nobles were chained into the Mesopotamian region. This period of Babylon, the origin of synagogues. In 538 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Elderly Jewish leaders in white robes led the team, using camels to carry sacred items brought back from Babylon. The Second Temple took 20 years to complete. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions. It is the holiest, but also the most experienced story, and also suffered destruction. She has been captured, burned, and rebuilt, but she has never disappeared. Thousands of years, people of different races and beliefs have gathered here. They argue, cry, they sing. The city has no towering skyscraper, but every stone underfoot has a story. It is a place of history and reality, of sorrow and hope. She makes people think of heaven, but also for suffering. This is Jerusalem. Who can truly possess her? But heaven leaves behind part of their soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall 4 kilometers long. It has 8 gates. The Damascus Gate in the north is the largest and most. From here, we walk into the old city. The city is divided into 4 quarters: Jewish quarter, Muslim quarter, Indian quarter. You can hear church bells and prayers at the same time. In these Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian intermingle. Each quarter has unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Merchants sell spices and copper in the market. Armenian churches hold liturgies. This Jerusalem, an ancient city existing with multiple faiths. Its alleys, like veins, carry memories of 3,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city feels like time has slowed down. Here, it is not stored in museums, but engraved in every wall. arriving at Genesis. Joel. The teenager betrayed by close relatives curled up in a muddy pit. Yet 30 years of Egypt. This reminds me of travelers. They traverse the 40-degree high-temperature staring at the sky. But suspending the direction of the 1,000-year camel. Starry sky. Walking in the wilderness, unemployment like utter resection illness. Withered palm don't. In relationships like height. The Bible records the night Moses parted the Red Sea after the sea. What was real were pearls. Shimmering. Every room hides the emerald of pearl. Here. Seep into the sensual. One ring bloom into light. You see, the thorns in the wilderness never bear fruit, yet bloom in the blazing flames. This story varied by creator. Brightness is not the absence of darkness, but still being able to see the reflection of stars. Have you seen Deep Night Store tracks? That's back of faint light season. All shadow treat. Barbie says you are the light of the world, not for you to burn into a torch, but like olive oil, illuminating a small area with gentleness. A sister paints poems in the key ward every day. Psalm 23. Years. 7 patience regain peace by a stream. See this smallest flower. The dewdrop it carries and also the entire starry sky. When you feel your strength is weak, please remember is using the temperature in your palm this moment to embrace a trembling soul. A rainbow in a storm. On the 105th day of walking up, still had trenches in his fingernails, yet heard of which echoing. When the heavens paint a rainbow on the canvas, say, I see it, and remember the eternal covenant. Last night, I saw a jewelry worker under the overpass, phone of a double rainbow. If that's you're still feeling reducing medicines about hitting the whole raindrops, are all leaving visible you. We feel patience is reaching its limit. Above the dome, 7 colored lights. Goldfish clouds. Quietly building a bridge on the path tomorrow, and you see rain in the desert. When a lost fleeing is life, God sent rains to bring hot ice. Just like the breath in the always places lessons on the fire hydrant. For 15 years, the book says he bears our daily, not earth-shattering, but falling on dew. When you feel look the hand that feeds 30,000 sparrows, wiping away the fatigue at the corner of your eye, in your kingship. The wilderness, when it knelt the dimensions of a sheep. The book above had already written, I have found David. He is a man after my own heart. The years just don't polish the harp strings, during Goliath's paradise. With the gentleness of tending lambs, he restores my soul. He never measures value worldly. He let the youngest load his older brothers, train the heart of the needful. Earmarks on the harp strings, for songs that go earth. You see, today's humility is precisely the step he uses to crown you. 2,000 Jerusalem emerged. Archaeological discoveries show during the Mid-Bronze Age, the Canaanites on this 90-meter high ridge piled to build the early settlement. They worship local deity. The city's original name means City of Peace. In the 4th CE, Egyptian texts first recorded this city, calling it Jerusalem. Canaanites utilized the strategic location between east and west city walls and reservoirs, collected tolls from passages. Clay tablets recorded trade of the time, olive oil, grains, and bronzeware. The defense system during the Canaanite period was complete. The large stone structure discovered in the hand was the city wall, 7 meters thick, with observation towers, unearthed pottery fragments. Residents had mastered advanced techniques. How the kingdom of Israel brought this city on the historic. The birth of the city of David will soon be revealed. In the 10th century BC, King David captured the Jebusite fortress. According to records, the king, wearing a gold crown, wearing a full royal robe, the Ark of the Covenant, established his status as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered Romania area. Solomon's updates 7 years building the first temple. Craftsmen carved stones. The temple's core, holies, was laid with cypress wood and overlaid with gold. At the same time, an underground water system was built, being covered in archaeological excavations 586 BCE. The Neo destroyed the temple. Soldier iron helmet burned out. Jewish nobles were chained and taken to the Mesopotamian region. Syria to Babylon. In exile gave rise to the origin of synagogues. In 530 CE, King Cyrus Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to read return home and rebuild the temple. Elderly Jewish leaders in white robes team using camels to carry sacred items brought Babylon. The second temple took 20 years to complete. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions. It's the holiest, also the most fragile. Experienced glory also suffered destruction. She has been burned. beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. The city has no towering skyscrapers, but every stone underfoot has a story. It is a place of history and reality, of sorrow and hope. She makes people think of heaven, but also suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her. It's behind part of their soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall kilometers long. It has 8 gates. The Damascus, the largest and most magnificent. From here, we walk into the old city. The city is divided into 4 quarters: Jewish, Christian quarter, Muslim quarter, Armenian. Near churches and Islamic prayers at the city. In the alleys, Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian intermingle. Each quarter has its unique scenery. Jewish quarter has synagogues and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Muslim merchants sell spices and copperware in the market. Armenian church hold liturgies. The Jerusalem, an ancient city, coexisting multiple faiths. Its alleys, like vain memories of 3,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city feels like time has slowed. Here, history is not stored, but engraved in every wall. This is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, Jesus was crucified and resurrected. Believers from all over the world come here with reverence. Jesus carried the cross and walked this road. Pilgrims carry wooden crosses following in his footsteps. Here is the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stones. Not far away is the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Muslims prostrate here to pray 5 times this city, with different faiths, languages, and faces, entangled in love and sorrow. She is not just a place map, but the spiritual home for billions. Unique eyewitnesses. Joseph's story. The teenager betrayed by close relatives curled up years later. Descended upon all of Egypt. This reminds me of travelers. They traverse the 40-degree high temperature sand sea lines, not staring, scalding history beneath their feet, spending the direction. Thousand-year camel bells, up the starry sky, Arthur walking in the wilderness unemployed. Water illness like palm donkey trees, broken relationships like pipes, broken string. But the Bible records Moses parted the Red Sea after the water receded. The pearls shimmering on shells. Every hides the embryo of a pearl. When tears seep into the shell of time, eventually, one morning it will bloom into light. The thorns in the wilderness bear fruit, yet bloom rose in the blazing flames. Perhaps is the code by the Creator. Brightness is not absence of darkness, but still being able to see the reflection of deep night storm. Type cracks. When a speck of faint light seeks all shadows retreat. Robbie says you are the light of the world, not for you to burn. to a torch, but like an olive oil lamp, illuminate a small area with gentle persistence. Sister paints poems in the chemotherapy ward every day. Psalm 23. 7 patients. You see this smallest flower bud. It carries can also attract the entire starry sky. Please remember. Eternity is using the temperature in your palm at this moment. It's a trembling soul. You ever waited a rainbow in a storm? On the 150th day of the ark rocking, Noah still had tree branches in his fingernails. He had heard the dove's olive echo in his heart. And the heavens painted a rainbow on the canopy. They said, I see it, and remember the eternal covenant. Last night, I saw a fool under the overpass, photographing the rainbow. In fact, still fever reducing medicine to be overdue. It turns out that beautiful drops hitting the big rainbow visible musical sequences. When you feel above the dome, sun colored through goldfish clouds, building a bridge on the path tomorrow, and you see rain in the desert. When a lover's life, God sent to bring hot ice, just like the breakfast shop. You always places leftover buns on the fire hydrant. But as he bears our burdens daily, not earth shattering, but like manna falling on when you feel you can't hold on. Look at the hand that heaves thirst. Gently away the fatigue, the corner of your eye. Who is preparing your kingship wilderness? Dig now. 10 wounds of the sheep. The book above it already. I gave the son of Jesse. He is a man after my own heart. Shepherd stuff to polish the hardness. Shattering Goliaths. Arrogance. With the gentleness of tending lambs. He wrote, my soul. He never measures value by worldly standards. He let the youngest quoted by his elders, trained by the keel in the sheepfold. Let your hearts on the heartstrings. and tones that comfort whole earth. See, days you nicely the step uses to crown you in 2000 BC. Archaeological discoveries show during the Bronze Age, the Canaanites on the high ridge piled stones to the earliest settlement. The deities. The city's original name, meaning City of Peace. In the 14th century BCE, Egyptian texts first recorded this. The Canaanites utilized strategic location between east and west mountain roads, built city walls and reservoirs, collected tolls from passing caravans. Late has recorded trade lists of time, olive oil, grains, and bronzeware. The city during the Canaanite period was quite complete. The large stone structure discovered in 2000 and was the then city wall, 7 meters thick, unearthed pottery from. So, residents had mastered advanced how the kingdom of Israel brought this on the historic stage. The birth of the city of David will soon be revealed. BC King has recaptured the heavy fortress. According to records, the king, wearing a gold robe, covenant in the city, established its status as a religious center. Modern building maintains in the Opal era. Solomon, son of David, spent 7 years in the first temple. Craftsmen carved giant stones. The temple's core, the Holy of Holy wood, and overlaid with gold. An underground water system was built, still being uncovered in archaeological excavations. 586 BCE, the Neo-Babylonians, the temple. Soldiers wearing conical iron helmets burned the palace. Jewish milk and taken to the Mesopotamian region. This period synagogues. In 538 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. elderly Jewish leaders in white robes led the team using camels to carry sacred items brought back from Babylon. The second 20 years to complete. Jerusalem is a city full of contradictions. It is the holiest, but also the most fragile. It has experienced glory and also suffered destruction, captured, burned, and rebuilt, but disappeared. For thousands of years, people and believes here. They argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. The city has no skyscrapers, but every stone underfoot has a story. It is a place of history and reality, of sorrow and hope. She makes people think of heaven, but also force them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one says her, but everyone leaves behind part of Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall 4 kilometers. It has 8 gates. The Damascus Gate in north, the largest, from here into the old city. The city is divided into 4 quarters. Jewish quarter, Christian quarter. Muslim quarter. Here church bells and Islam prayers at the time. These Arabic, Hebrew are intermingled. Has a unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has synagogues and schools. The Christian Quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Muslim merchants sell spices and copperware in the market. Armenian liturgies. This is Jerusalem, an ancient city coexisting with multiple faiths. Its alleys, like veins, the memories of 1,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city, it feels like time has slowed down. Here, history is not stored in museums, engraved in every wall. This is the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, this is where Jesus was crucified and resurrected. Believers from all over the world here with reverence. This is the Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried the cross and walked this road. Today, pilgrims carry wooden crosses, following in his footsteps. Here is the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against ancient stones, praying with tears. Not in mosque, Muslims prostrate here to pray. 5. This city, with different languages and faces, is entangled in love, hope, and she is not just a place on the map, but the spiritual home for billions. teenager betrayed by close and a might didn't. Yet 30 years later, descended upon all of Egypt. This reminds me of Sarah's traveler. Temperature sand sea lions. direction of 1,000-year camel bells, looking up the starry sky. Aren't we also walking wilderness unemployment like waterless affection, funky trees, broken relationships like kites with broken strings? But the Bible records the night Moses parted after the sea water receded. What was revealed were pearls, shimmering like shells. Heaven hides the ember pearl. When tears seep into the shell of time, one morning it will bloom into light. You see, the thorns in the wilderness never fruit, yet bloom roses in the blazing is the code buried by the Creator. Bright is not the absence of darkness, but still being able to see the reflection of star. Have you seen each type cracks? When a speck of faint light seeps in, all shadows Barbie says you are the light of the world, not for you to burn into torch, but like an off, illuminating a small area with distance. A sister paints poems in the keynote board every day. Psalm 23. Years. 7 patients regained peace by the shepherd's stream. You see our bud. The dewdrop it carries can also refract the entire starry sky. When you feel your strength is weak, please remember, eternity is used palm at this moment to embrace a trembling soul. For a rainbow in a storm. On the 100th yard rocking Noah still had tree brand nails, yet I heard the dove's olive branch echo in his heart. When the heavens painted a rainbow in a canopy, I seek to remember the eternal. Last night, I saw food deliveries photographing a double rainbow. In the basket, there was a reducing medicine about to be overdue. It turns out hitting appointed raindrops are all weave equal sequences. When you feel patience is reaching its limit, above the dome, 7-colored light as goldfish clouds. Quiet building a bridge on a date tomorrow. You see rain in the desert when fleeing for his life. God sent brave hot ice, just like the breakfast shop owner Wang Yu. Always leftover buns on the fire hydrant. For 15 years. The book says he bears our burdens daily, not earth-shattering. Like manna falling on dew, when you feel you can't hold on, look at the hand that feeds 30,000 sparrows, gently wiping away the fatigue of your eye. Who's preparing your kingship in the wilderness? When David knelt to bandage the wounds of the sheep, had already written, I have found David, the son of Jesse. He is a man after my own heart. He used the shepherd's stone to polish the harp Goliath's arrogance. With the gentleness of tending, he wrote, He restores my soul. He never measured by rope of stems. He let the young goaded by his elder brothers. Train the heart of a king on sheepfold. Let marks on the harp strings. Transform into songs that comfort the whole earth. You see, today's humility is precisely the step to crown you. In 2000 BC, Jerusalem emerged archaeological discoveries show Middle Bronze Age. The Canaanites on this 790-meter-high ridge pile zones built the earliest settlement. They worshipped local deities. The city's original name was Jerusalem, means city of peace. In the 14th century BCE, Egyptian texts first recorded this city, calling Jerusalem. The Canaanites utilized the strategic location between east and west, built city walls and reservoirs, collected tolls for passing caravans. Clay tablets recorded trade lists, olive oil, grains, and bronze ware. The defense system during the Canaanite period was quite complete. The large stone structure discovered in 2000 was the then city wall, 7 meters thick, equipped with observation towers. Unearthed pottery fragments show residents had mastered advanced pottery techniques. How the Kingdom of Israel brought this city onto the historic stage. The birth of the city of David was in the 10th century BC. King David issued a heavy site fortress. According to records, the king, wearing a gold crown, wearing a full royal robe, moved the Ark of the Covenant into the city, established its status as a religious center. Modern archaeology discovered royal building remains in the Ophel area. Solomon, son of David, spent 7 years building the first temple. Craftsmen carved giant stones. The temple's core, the Holy of Holies, was lined with cypress wood and overlaid with gold. At the same time, an underground water system was built. Still, excavations in 586 BCE, the Neo-Babylonian army destroyed the temple. Soldiers wearing conical iron helmets burned the path into the Mesopotamian region. This period of gave rise to the origin of synagogues. In 538 BC, King Cyrus of Persia issued a decree allowing Jews to return home and rebuild the temple. Elderly Jewish leaders in white robes led the team using camels to carry sacred items brought back from Babylon. The second temple took 20 years to complete. Jerusalem is a city. It is the holiest, so the most fragile, experienced glory, and also suffered destruction. She has been captured, burned, and rebuilt, but she has never disappeared. For thousands of years, people of different races and beliefs have gathered here. They argue, they hug, they cry, they sing. The city has no soaring skyscrapers, but every stone underfoot has a story. It is a place of history and reality, of sorrow and hope. She makes people, but also forces them to face suffering. This is Jerusalem. No one can truly possess her, but everyone leaves behind part of their soul. Jerusalem's ancient city is surrounded by a wall 4 kilometers long. It has 8 gates. The Damascus Gate is the largest and most magnificent. From here, we walk into the old city. The city is divided into 4 quarters. Jewish quarter, Christian quarter, Armenian quarter. You can hear church bells and Islamic prayers at the same time. In the alleys, Arabic, Hebrew, and Armenian intermingle. Each quarter has its unique scenery. The Jewish quarter has 6 and Torah schools. The Christian quarter has the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Muslim merchants sell spices and copperware in the market. Churches still hold liturgies. Jerusalem, an ancient city coexisting with multiple faiths. Alleys, like veins, carries of 3,000 years. Walking in Jerusalem's ancient city feels like time has slowed down. Here, history is not stored in museums, but engraved in every church of the Holy Sepulchre. According to tradition, this is where Jesus crucified and resurrected. All over the world come here with reverence. This is the Via Dolorosa. Jesus carried the cross and walked this road. Today, following in his footsteps, here is the Western Wall. Jews press their foreheads against the ancient stones, praying with tears. Away is the Al-Aqsa Mosque, prostrate here to pray 5 times a day. This city, with different faiths, languages, and faces, is entangled in love, hope, and sorrow. She is not just on the map, but the spiritual billions. against story. The teenager betrayed by close relative